Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all our discussions, to show goodness, honesty, understanding and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and our residents. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kadich Wajak Mort Kain Karak Nijabuja. We acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land. I declare this council meeting open at 6:30 p.m. Please be advised that this evening the CEO, Mr. Lloyd, is attending the meeting via electronic means. In accordance with Regulation 14C2B of the Local Government Administration Regulations and the Electronic Attendance at Meetings Council Policy, I've also given approval for Councillor Russ Fishwick to attend this meeting via electronic means. Do we have Councillor Fishwick? Councillor, I just need you to make your declaration when you're ready.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. I, Russ Fishwick, declare that I am able to maintain confidentiality during the closed part of this meeting, and if I am no longer able to maintain confidentiality, I will excuse myself from the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. In accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Members of the public gallery are reminded as a requirement under the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013 to act in a courteous and respectful manner when in the council chamber. You are asked to show respect to anyone who is exercising their right to ask questions of the council and or deliver public statements. I ask that respect extend to such people whenever they are on city premises while waiting for or having taken their opportunity to ask questions or deliver a public statement. Under the city's local law, a person must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the orderly conduct of proceedings. This includes expressing approval or dissent by conversing or by any other means. Using electronic recording devices to record anyone of the meeting is also prohibited under the city's local law. I would also like to remind members of the public to show proper respect to the city's elected members and staff during these proceedings. We then move to the next item of business, which is declarations of interest. Do any councillors or staff have declarations? I received a few in advance. The first is from Councillor Hill. It's an interest that may affect impartiality. It's for item 16.4, Mindarie Regional Council motion. It's that he is a current member of the Mindarie Regional Council. A further declaration from Councillor Chester. It's for item 13.1.2. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as he lives immediately adjacent to a public access way. A further from Councillor Mercer. It's for item 16.2, elected member training and education entitlements. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as she is currently participating in professional development which is subject to the proposed motion. A declaration also from Councillor O'Neill. It's for item 12.1. It's a financial interest. Clients that he is consulting for appear on the list in the agenda item. And an interest that may affect impartiality from myself for item 13.1.2, which is consideration of various local planning policies. It's that I live adjacent to a pedestrian access way. Councillors, are there any other further declarations of interest for tonight's meeting? Thank you. No? We then move on. We then move to deputations, which was dealt with at the briefing session held on Tuesday the 9th. We then move to public question time. There is a set of procedures relating to public question time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You will have an opportunity to ask 2 questions, and your question should be directed to myself as chair and be asked in a polite and respectful manner. We keep a register of members of the public who wish to ask public questions, so I'll go through that sequentially, then ask if there's anyone from the floor who wishes to ask a question of the council. The first person on our list is Ms. Faye Gilbert. If you'd like to come forward and state your name and address and then move to your question.
Thank you. Faye Gilbert, 29 Northwood Way, Callaroo. Attending council meetings provides an opportunity for residents to network with residents from other areas. Is there anything stopping residents as non-employees consuming BYO alcohol after the meetings while it's in the building?
Thank you, Ms Gilbert. We'll go to Director Parry for an answer to the question.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, could you repeat the question, please, Ms Gilbert?
As residents, I presume, would be classed as non-employees, is there any rules that stop us consuming BYO alcohol after a meeting?
Is that residents, consuming BYO alcohol following a meeting?
After the meeting? If
Resident?
you want to network?
It would require that this is a workplace, so it would require the CEO's approval for people to be able to consume alcohol on the premises. I doubt whether that would be permitted. We only serve alcohol with an RSA for formal civic events, unless the Councillors' Lounge, which is under the auspices of the council policy, which relates to elected members only.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gilbert. Your second question.
Yes, thank you. A quick question regarding the provision of the car to the Mayor. Has there been any full cost analysis undertaken for options of providing a car versus maybe the expense claim route by using your own vehicle or Uber or taxi, and also including a change in the administrative burden that maybe the expense route would have? Because I couldn't find anything in the paper if there was any analysis done of this.
Thank you. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the analysis to be able to undertake a comparison of rideshare options is probably too difficult to be able to undertake because rideshares have variable costs during the times of day and whether it's busy at a particular time. Transport options, public transport options is something that could be examined, but it would require a fair amount of administrative work to be able to go through and identify what might be appropriate for a ride share or public transport versus the benefits of the mayoral vehicle. Some rough costings have been undertaken and those have been circulated amongst the elected members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gilbert. The next person is Ms Beth Hewitt.
Beth Hewitt for Woodview Court, Edgewater. I asked this question last week and I got a partial answer which focused on roads. So I'm going to ask the question again, leave out the roads and hope that the rest is answered. How does the council intend to repair the $132 million in the asset renewal budget and ensure our parks and existing infrastructure is properly maintained?
Thank you, Ms Hewitt. Go to Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. I'll take the first part of the question and the Director of Corporate Services might want to add. Council last year in November adopted a set of budget parameters as part of the consideration of the 10-year strategic financial plan. Those budget parameters is adopted to ensure the financial viability of the city and looking to maintain an adequate asset renewal reserve to replace those assets and provide a necessary maintenance funding for the assets that you have requested. I don't know if Director Corporate Service got something to add.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Responding through you, the budget before Council tonight does represent a significant increase in the cash that's generated from operations that will allow Council to allocate that surplus cash to maintenance works, upgrade works in public facilities, but it'll also be done in accordance with the various plans that the city has for prioritising works in public spaces and on community assets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Hewitt, your second question.
I'm sorry. Yes, second question is, will the city and the council be participating in promoting and supporting the health initiative known as Dry July this year?
Thank you for your question. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we do have a program of days that we support within the city. I'm not too sure whether Dry July is actually on that list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hewitt. The next person on our list is Mrs Pauline Lewis, if you'd like to come forward to ask your questions.
Pauline Lewis from 35 Manhattan Avenue, Iluka. I've only got one question. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors and city officers. For those who may not know me, I am the lead petitioner regarding dog management at Sir James McCusker Park. My question this evening relates to agenda item 12.8, recommendation number 5. Given council is proposing not to remove off-lead dog access at Sir James McCusker Park at this time, can council please clarify whether any interim risk mitigation measures will be considered to prevent dogs from entering the children's playground area while the dog management plan is being finalized? For example, measures such as additional fencing, a dog exclusion zone around the playground, or other physical controls that can better separate young children from dogs.
Thank you for your question. Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. The position of the city at this stage is that the dog prohibition areas or separating dogs or changing access to dogs on specific parks will be considered as part of the dog management plan. Specifically relating to Sir James McCusker Park, dogs are not allowed within play spaces. That's the current situation. There is signage at that play space. The city is happy to consider moving the signage if it's not in a position that is easily seen by the community. And as part of that process, happy to look at those interim measures. Any issue that issues that are experienced by members of the public at that location, happy for you to provide that to the city, and the city's rangers will go out and inspect and ensure compliance where we can.
Okay, I do have a second question.
That's
Thank
okay.
you. With that response, can we please explain what is a current control with that?
Thank you. Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr Mayor, perhaps I just need to seek some clarity. What do you mean with the current control?
Yeah, so what is the current control to ensure that dogs don't enter the playground, because there's been children that's been bitten inside the playground? So how could we prevent that from happening again in a risk management point of view?
Thank you. Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. The current control is the not allowing dogs within play spaces. That's no different to not allowing people to speed on any road in excess of the posted speed limit. The enforcement action is the control that we undertake to ensure compliance with that requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our register is Mr. Mike Moore, if you'd like to come forward.
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble in Edgewater. First question relates to rubbish removal. When the city changes from its current arrangement at Tamala Park to whatever comes after it, do you have any ballpark estimates of what the increase in rubbish costs is likely to be?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that was being considered by the city in the past when we look at various options post the Tamala Park landfill. At this stage, the cost difference will be determined through a procurement process. All projections are that it's likely to be about the same cost, but obviously that will be subject to a procurement process when we seek an alternative disposal facility.
Mr. Moore, your second
Thank you.
question.
Second question, the Burns Beach LDP. The state has set sort of 26 net dwellings per hectare as the requirement. Will the change LDP still achieve that number of dwellings or net dwellings per hectare?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The proposal through the LDP, the amendment to the LTP, is to reduce the amount of dwellings from 20 to 18. So the proposal is to increase the lot area to reduce the R code, which means you're looking at a smaller dwelling on a larger area. So it reduces the amount of dwellings for that portion of the LDP from 20 to 18.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Ms. Suzanne Alps.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Pennant Place, Woodvale. Councillors, as of the 1st of July, the City will be offering rebates on reusable hygiene products, including reusable nappies, incontinence products and female hygiene items. Now, if every one of the 62,000 plus households claim the maximum rebate of around $210, we're talking about 13 million. Obviously, that won't happen, although I'm sure some smart cookie marketing guru at Unilever will have these plastered all over the shelves at Coles and Woolies before not too long. So my question is simple. Exactly how much has the city budgeted for this program, including the cost of administration, not just the rebates, but staff, processing and all the rest?
Thank you, Ms. Alps. Go to Director Carson.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. That rebate is provided via the waste team, and I'll take the question on notice exactly about how much is budgeted for that. From memory, it's around $10,000.
Thank you. Your second question.
I was going to refer my next question to the answers of, I did ask what the list of services that have been cut, reduced and deferred in this year's budget. However, the officer's comments sort of seem to say that there aren't any. So I'll just go on. Given the city's financial position, can someone please explain why ratepayers are now subsidising private household purchases? How does this fit within what most people would see as core business of local government, especially when so many essential services have already been scaled back?
Thank you, Ms. Alps. Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the provision of the service you're referring to, Ms. Apps, is an attempt to, in some cases, to reduce the volume of waste to landfill. And part of that process, the team has undertaken assessment to see and guide people how they can reduce their waste. And a part of the cloth nappies and those type of things is exactly that. One of the key contributors for waste is disposable nappies, and this is an attempt to offset that cost in the long run, hopefully to see a better than break-even cost for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an extension of time for public question time. Could I have a mover? Moves to Councillor May, seconded Councillor O'Neill. Could I have all those in favour? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. We then move to Mr. Sideris, who's the last person on our register. Then we'll go to the gallery. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fishwick. Just before we proceed, I just need to know which way you voted on the show of hands to extend
I
public
support
question
the
time.
motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll make sure to go to you through the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sideris.
Yep, Mitch Sedaris, 12 Page Drive, Mullaloo. I refer to the first written question as submitted, and that deals with the FOI on the subject matter of Axiom. And I thank the detail that's been provided. Can you advise me, was the CEO, because it's a date that refers to an email received on the 15th of this month, was the CEO involved prior to that date or after that date? Because I never got that clarification from the information coordinator.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Sideris. I'll go to Director Parry, but it may need to go to the CEO. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, thank you very much for the question, Mr Sedaris. The CEO was only involved and will be involved after the 15th of June. So he was not involved prior to the 15th of June.
Thought so. And I refer to the response for question 2. That question's been submitted at the last council meeting and raised again at the briefing session prior to this meeting. And I note that it still doesn't fully answer the question. Part of that question deals with the ranking of facilities that were ranked at 5.1 and above, and a listing of all those there. It didn't get answered again. Can I resubmit that question? And please, can you somehow give me the answer? If it doesn't exist, just say it doesn't exist.
Thank you, Mr Sedaris.
Thank you.
Sorry? Sure. Director Humphrey.
Through Mr Mayor, the City has offered to provide the list of all of the facilities. I'll take the question on notice and communicate with Mr Sedaris to make sure he receives that list.
Sorry, I didn't hear the response.
Oh, sorry. Director, could you just repeat your response again? Mr Sedaris wasn't quite able to hear.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We will provide the list. We obviously haven't included it in the question because it'll be a substantial list of the City's facilities, but I will liaise with Mr Sedaris. I have his contact details and make sure he gets that list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr Sedaris. Is there anyone from the public gallery who wishes to ask a public question? I will go to Ms Kwok at the front.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crowville, Ocean Reef. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. My question refers to the officer's comments on the notice of motion on the Merrow vehicle. States that it's estimated $6,000 annually for operating costs, assuming that's fuel, maintenance, tires, insurance, registrations, taxes, depreciation, etc. Given that it's only $457 over 3 to 4 months, how did the city officers arrive with a figure of 6,000?
Go to Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. The figure of 6,000 is based on an assumed kilometres travelled per year based on historical data regarding travel patterns. It's not based on the low kilometres that's travelled with the current vehicle.
Ms Kwok, your second question?
Yeah, okay. So given that the odometer rating is 1,462 kilometres covered in 3 to 4 months, a year will be likely to be 4,386 kilometres. So it will be 3 years before, you need surfacing. The tyres changing or whatever. Is that correct?
I'll go to Director Claassen, but I'll provide some context also to these numbers. So the reason why there's a low kilometre number that's registered in the agenda there is during January, as most people may be aware, because it was in corporate photographs, I did break my arm, so I was unable to drive for a number of weeks. Even post that, the number of kilometres which was travelled was significantly reduced because of my inability to actually drive or feeling confident to drive with an injury. So that's why the kilometres are actually significantly reduced for that period. I'll go to Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, and just add to that, Mr Mayor, the cost estimate we've undertaken, as I've indicated, Ms Kwok, is based on an assumed average kilometres travelled per year. Based on that, there will be a lower, if the kilometres remain as is, there will be a lower annual cost. Just noting that servicing still need to be undertaken on a 12-month basis, irrespective of the distance travelled. So it depends on the manufacturer's requirement to maintain a warranty on the vehicle, but those are the things that we consider as part of the overall servicing of that vehicle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Kwok. We'll go to Ms O'Ban there at the back.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is, it's Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. My question is on councillors drinking alcohol post-meetings on the city's premises. Has the administration undertaken an insurance risk assessment on that? What is the risk to the city if an inebriated councillor is involved in an accident on the way home from the meeting?
Thank you, Ms O'Byrne. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you very much for the question. That's somewhat a hypothetical question as to what might occur. We do maintain comprehensive insurance coverage for incidents that do occur on the premises, and responses are determined on a case-by-case basis in accordance with the policy terms and conditions. So it would depend on the circumstances that were involved in any such occurrence.
Ms O'Byrne, your second question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, it's basically there is a risk to the city if the city allows drinking and the councillor has an accident. I just wanted to know if you had done a thorough study of the implications to the city if the councillor had an accident, and if you haven't done that thorough study, then why not?
Thank you for your question. Director Parry.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr Mayor. Risks associated with alcohol provision and consumption are considered within the city's corporate risk management framework, and you'll note that within the report, details of the strategic risk relationship are provided in the agenda, and as also provided in the report, the way in which we manage risks are that the CEO and elected members need to adhere to Section 29 of the Work Health and Safety Act. The city also has obligations with regard to the Liquor Licence Act, and elected members also need to adhere to the Code of Conduct for council members, committee members and candidates. So I do consider that the risk management framework that we have in place to be able to assess those risks are adequate for the circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor, Councillor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the gallery? Thank you. I declare public question time closed. We then move to public statement time. Again, there is a set of procedures relating to public statement time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You're able to make a statement for up to 2 minutes, and your statement should be directed to myself as chair and be polite and respectful. No questions or discussions will occur at the end of the statement. So again, we keep a register of those people who wish to make a statement. There's probably more people at this stage that than we will probably have time for, but if everyone's a little bit shorter, we might be able to fit in all of them. So I'll just work through the list sequentially. So starting off with the first person on the list, Ms. Mary O'Byrne.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Councillors. Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. This statement is in conjunction with the email sent overnight to elected members. Mayor Kingston's note of motion is exceptional. The first time the Tamala Park odour-afflicted community has been heard. There is no independent legal funding from the Mindarie Regional Council. I ask for a grant to the community as councillors continuously go behind closed doors to obtain their own legal advice under privilege. The Tamala Park landfill operation seems incapable of addressing their many landfill environmental issues in conjunction with input from the odour-afflicted community members. Removing community from easy access to any MRC council meetings is symptomatic of the MRC attitude to community input overall. MRC's landfill management has taken us to this crisis point. This is a shorter list, could be much longer. DWER EPN 28th of November 2024. Talis report indicating significant contamination at some Catalina bores. Landfill gases still exiting the site, including methane. The whole site is officially contaminated. The increasing leachate levels in the landfill is increasing hydraulic pressure on landfill liners where they exist, leachate plume growing in the Nangara mine mound. Please note that the MRC has already stopped leachate evaporation before the EPN was handed down. I'm running out of time. There was no liner on the first landfill cell. I just asking from my heart that the Mayor Kingston's notice of motion gives us a resolution and a focus and an equitable pathway to the closure of the landfill.
Your time's
Thank
expired.
you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Ms. Sue North.
Sue North, 47 Parkwood Avenue, Woodvale. Good evening. Sincerely thank you to administration and to elected members for reversing the decision to cut library opening hours. Thank you from the woman whose adult son with autism will now not have to be upset because his routine will not have to change. Thank you from the family without a home computer or printer who regularly use their library for their 2 children to do their homework assignments in the evening. Thank you from the young woman who uses the library every Tuesday night for study because it's too noisy at home. Thank you from the members of the 4 book clubs, 2 of them facing closure. Especially to the 80-year-old book club member who valued her one opportunity to connect with younger people and hear their often different perspectives. Thank you from the single dad who takes his son to the library straight after work 1 night a week. Real people, real stories. And thank you from the 870 people who signed the petition in just 8 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. North. The next person on our list is Mr. Mike Moore.
I also have a couple of thank yous. I want to thank the planning people for initiating the review of the Joondalup Activity Centre plan and also initiating a structure plan for sort of, sorry, it's gone from top of head, Warwick. The second thank you I want to make is to the councillors who participated fully in all the budget sessions and strategy sessions. It's obviously been a fairly difficult time doing the current budget, and your efforts to actually participate and contribute is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The next person on our list is Ms. Suzanne Ubbs.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Pennant Place, Woodvale. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding item 12.8, the status of petitions, on the petition relating to grass management, seed set reduction and fire risk. I stand before you not because I claim to have all the answers, but because I believe we should never stop asking whether there may be a better way forward. The officer's recommendation informs us that the city already has a weed management plan and a bushfire management plan. I acknowledge their work and appreciate the effort that goes into managing thousands of hectares of public land. However, having a plan should never mean we stop looking for ways to improve. The alternate motion does not ask the city to abandon its current approach. It does not commit the city to new spending, new policies or immediate change. It simply asks the city to remain open-minded enough to investigate whether there are additional methods, different timings or improved management practices that could better achieve the goals we all share. As elected members, you're entrusted with representing the community and pursuing continuous improvement. Every advancement we have made as a society has started with someone asking a simple question: can this be done better? The ratepayers who signed this petition are not criticising the city. We are just asking the city to remain open-minded, to remain innovative and to remain willing to examine new ideas. We recognise that reducing seed set more effectively could lessen the spread of weeds. We recognise that better vegetation management could help reduce fuel load and fire risks. Most importantly, we recognise there's always room for improvement. No one can know today what a better solution exists unless we are looking for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ubbs. The next person is Mr. Rick Hurst.
Mayor Kingston, councillors, CEO and directors, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding item 12.8, the status of petitions, and in particular the petition relating to grass management. At the briefing several weeks back, I expressed my disappointment that the petition had not been supported. Tonight, I am delighted that an alternate motion has been put and has gathered support. The alternate motion does not ask the City to abandon its current approach. I can only endorse what Ms Apps has just stated and ask that you support the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. The next person is Ms. Michelle Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crowthorpe, Ocean Reef. Good evening, Mayor, councillors. Last week, 3 City of Perth, South Perth councillors resigned. One said to the West Australian, "We eat like kings and enjoy fine wine while families scrape money together for rates. If we betray the confidence of the public by asking for money we don't need, we are using power to get money illegitimately." They were disheartened with decisions on wasteful use of ratepayers' money in times of cost of living crisis. Eat like kings. Our over-the-top $100 per head 3-course elected members' dinners are not as cost-effective as a $30 per head volunteer appreciation function for networking and mingling. It's time to end these dinners. In regards to enjoying fine wine, alcohol is not an essential item to perform the role as a councillor, such as debriefing after meetings. It is not in line with community expectations of responsible use of public money as seen in the petition, social media comments, and online surveys. Unlike the mayoral vehicle, which is an essential tool to manage a busy schedule, the mayor's current transport arrangement is actually very economical. Operating costs to date, $457 over 3-4 months for fuel maintenance, tyres, insurance, registration, taxes, depreciation, etc. The same $457 would only cover 2 weeks' worth of Uber transport for mayoral duties compared to a 4 months' worth with a vehicle based on 18 round trips of $25 each. Unfortunately, in this case, the mayors don't support getting rid of the mayoral vehicle. The present arrangement is the most cost-effective one that saves money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. The next person is Mr. Sam Brond.
Sam Brond, 7 Cooper Close in Belden. I'm actually here in opposition of the petition calling for the alcohol to be banned from the elected members' lounge. I came across this in a news article where it was noted that your own policy says alcohol must not be consumed while undertaking the role. If that rule is being followed, then this alcohol serves no official purpose, simply for personal enjoyment. I believe this statement isn't accurate. I think it's a very narrow-minded way of viewing the matter. Majority of the job roles across any industry will have an alcohol policy noting alcohol is not to be consumed while on the job. However, it is extremely common for colleagues to stay back or meet up after work for drinks funded by work to promote collaboration, developing professional relationships between co-workers in a social setting leading to better team performance. It's realistically a part of Australian culture, and I find it very disappointing that members of our community are attempting to bar the council members from having something that is professionally acceptable simply because it may not align with their own values. I firmly believe the council is entitled to have a drink in the lounge with the cost covered. I'm sure there'll be quite intense debates here in this room and strong opinions amongst councillors that may not agree with each other. Having the option to go from here into a more relaxed social setting, have a drink, discuss matters in a less formal context can create a positive environment for open discussion that may not always occur in this room. These social discussions can help foster a more collaborative and productive council overall. Addressing the cost, 2021 census data notes there's roughly 62,000 dwellings in the city of Joondalup. If that's correct and each dwelling pays rates, this equals to a cost of 1 cent per dwelling based on your $1,000 figures from last year. This article noted the message is clear that ratepayers do not want to subsidise alcohol. Well, this can't be correct because I'm a ratepayer and I'm more than happy to chip in 1 cent a year for you guys to have a drink. As a matter of the fact, if the option of having a drink promotes collaboration and is a productive social culture among council members, I'll actually propose increasing it to $2,000 a year, and I'll happily chip in 2 cents for you guys to have a drink. I'm not here to encourage irresponsible consumption or behaviour. I'm simply here to say that the current policy is acceptable as it is and to advocate against a small group of people that may be putting unfair on the pressure for the council to give up a reasonable entitlement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brond. The next person is, I'll just count if we've, some of the statements went for less than 2 minutes, so I can bring forward Mr. Sideris. And no? Thank you. That concludes public statement time. The next item is apologies and leaves of absence. I haven't received any apologies for tonight, but of course we're joined by Councillor Fishwick by Teams, and Councillor Hutton is on a leave of absence. Do any elected members request a leave of absence? Councillor May.
Thank you. So, from the 4th of July until the 31st of July inclusive.
Thank you, Councillor May. Any further requests? Thank you. We have those captured. Could I get a mover for the motion? Moved Councillor Vinciulo, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Could I have a vote of those in favour? Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick, are you voting in favour?
Supporting, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And that carries unanimously. We then move to confirmation of minutes. So the minutes held on the 26th of May to be confirmed as true and correct. Could I have a mover for the minutes? Moved Councillor Vinciulo, seconded by Councillor May. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to speak to them? Councillor May? No. In that case, we'll go to a vote again. Could I have all those in favour of confirming the minutes? Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick, which way you?
Supporting the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. That carries unanimously. We then move to announcements by the presiding member without discussion. So just before I get to that, I have received an interest that may affect impartiality from the Deputy Mayor. It's for item 16.2, elected member training entitlements, and 13.1.8, which is the elected members' entitlements policy, continuing professional development. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as the Deputy Mayor is currently undertaking a WOLGA diploma of local government. Thank you. Moving then to the announcements. So the first is a congratulations to the Deputy Mayor. The City's Deputy Mayor, Councillor John Raftis, has been recognised for his outstanding service and contribution to the community at the WA Local Government Association 2026 Local Government Awards. Councillor Raftis was a recipient of a Merit Award honouring elected members and officers who go above and beyond in serving their local government and their communities. Councillor Raftis has served on the Joondalup Council since 2019 and was elected Deputy Mayor in October 2025. So on behalf of the City and the Council, I congratulate Councillor Raftis on receiving this honour. The City's 2026 NAIDOC programme reflects our commitment to creating meaningful and accessible cultural experiences for the whole community. We are proud to bring the extraordinary Australian Centre for Moving Image touring exhibition, Two Girls from Amoongunnar, sorry for not being the best at pronouncing that, to Perth audiences for the first time at Joondalup Contemporary Art Gallery. NAIDOC is a time to celebrate the resilience, creativity and culture of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And Two Girls from Amoongunnar anchors an expanded 6-week program of exhibitions, workshops and film events running from the 7th of July to the 15th of August. Other highlights include a series of workshops at Joondalup Contemporary Art Gallery offering hands-on cultural experiences and a 6-week First Nations film screening every Tuesday at Hoyt's Joondalup. So for more information bookings, please visit the NAIDOC Week page on the City's website. The City has also launched an expression of interest process to attract qualified developers for 2 key sites in the Joondalup City Centre. These locations on McClarty Avenue and Davidson Terrace are currently public car parks but have significant potential to become high-quality, mixed-use developments that bring more activity, housing choice and vibrancy into our city centre. With excellent transport access and proximity to major education, health and commercial facilities, both sites offer strong opportunities for investment. This expression of interest is the first stage of a 2-step process with submissions due by Wednesday, the 15th of July via Tenderlink /Joondalup. Full details are also available on the City's portal. We then move to identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There is 1 confidential report, which is status of legal actions, and 3 reports with confidential attachments. Of course, as the Council is aware, items 12.16.2, which is the tender for mowing services, item 12.17.3, the tender for removal of grass thatch, and item 12.18.3, the tender for provision of public open space barbecue cleaning. So these items will be dealt with behind closed doors. So before we proceed, I'd like to ask if there's also if there's discussion on item 12.5, which is the establishment of council-created committee and appointment of representatives regarding the appointment of the independent presiding member. This report will also be behind closed doors if people have questions on the confidential attachments and the appointment of that particular member. So, do any elected members intend to discuss any of these confidential attachments or items? Councillor O'Neill, which item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 12.16.2.
Yep. Thank you. Any further, Councillor Pizzey?
12.4.
12.4. Thank you. Any further from other elected members? In that case, we will look to change the order of business for those two items. So item 12.4 and item 12.16.2. And that's so that they can be at the end of the meeting rather than disrupting the meeting by putting members of the public out of the gallery and then allowing them to come back in. Could I get a mover for the motion? Moved to Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Vinciulo. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Vinciulo? No. Any discussion on it? Councillor Pizzey?
Can I just ask why 16.2 is in confidential time, please?
Because Councillor O'Neill has requested to speak to the confidential attachment. Councillor Pizzey?
And what makes the attachment confidential? What aspects of it?
Of the attachment? Director Claassen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the confidential attachments provide shareholding details of the tenderers and as such as provided in the confidential section of the report, which has always been the case.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Thank you. In that case, again, we will go to a vote on the item. Could I have those in favour? Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick?
I support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and that carries unanimously. That brings us then to the petition section of tonight's agenda. There are 3 petitions on the council agenda tonight. So I'll seek both a mover and a seconder. I'm willing to move. Could I get a seconder on this one? Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. I don't wish to speak to the item, Councillor O'Neill. No. Any discussion on the 3 petitions? No. Thank you. In case we will go to a vote on these items. Could I have those, if we can vote on the screen? We'll vote on the screen for this one. Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick, I'm going to
support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Support the motion. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. We then move to the reports section of tonight's agenda. So I just wish to raise something with the council before we proceed. It's, as everyone is already aware, it's been raised with me about the duration of council meetings and how these may be affecting the health and safety of both council administration, with the council meetings stretching long into the evenings at different times. Additionally, when meetings go late into the evening, the quality of decision-making may decline or suffer from fatigue, but also the length of the meeting. So I'm taking this chance to remind elected members of relevant provisions and clauses of the meeting procedures. So again, I've circulated some of these by email, but I just thought I'd bring these to everyone's attention at this stage. I'll be addressing some of the points that I've raised in an email, just firstly around interrupting, just reminding elected members not to interrupt other elected members during the proceedings. So of course that's in relation to to clause 7.12. Also then in relation to points of order, could I also ask that elected members say point of order and wait for the call of the chair before continuing, just so that we can just help manage the meetings a little bit better rather than things turning into interruptions. That's also for anyone's reference, clause 8.2. Also on relevance, I'll be asking members to try and be directly relevant to the motions that are before the council this evening. If anyone wishes to further inform themselves. That's clause 7.7. Also on limitation of questions, which is clause 7.10, the meeting procedures allow the presiding member to, there's a presumption that elected members are permitted one question, and then further questions are by consent of the presiding member. If elected members wish to review that clause, that's clause 7.10 of the meeting. The way I'll be looking at that towards tonight's meeting is I will be looking to limit the number of questions on matters which have already gone through substantial discussion. Some of these items have come to committees 3-4 times and multiple forums for council members to be able to inform themselves. So I will be trying to ensure that the meetings run in an efficient and effective manner by reducing the number of questions which I'll be consenting to. Previously, I've consented to all questions from elected members. So now it will be the case that I'll be trying to reduce the number of them. For items which I'll be having an exemption towards, that will probably be matters which have not come to the briefing session or items of large significance. That'll be the budget, the differential rates, and some of the motions as well, which have notices been given to, but they haven't had the opportunity for questioning at the briefing session. Of course, the reason why we have a briefing session is for councillors to inform themselves fully at those meetings and ask questions at that time so that they are prepared before the council meeting. So I'll be trying to, as I said, keep the meeting going as it goes on tonight, given that there are a number of alternates on the agenda tonight. Also, I'd like to remind members about the limitation of debate, which is clause 9.10 of the meeting procedures. Everyone also has a copy of the meeting procedures in the drawers next to your seating positions around the room. Clause 9.10 allows me to put an item to a vote if there's no one else who wishes to speak to the item. And of course, I addressed also in an email around seconders reserving their right. I won't be moving forward with that at this stage. I've spoken to a number of elected members about whether it's the best use of time. If somebody seconds it immediately, speaks at the beginning after the mover, or later in the item, it's not necessarily going to actually decrease the amount of time for the meeting, so I won't be moving forward with that at this time. But I just thought I'd rehash those points with elected members before we actually proceed to tonight and the debate on various items. So, moving then to the reports, as is our usual practice, we'll go around the room. There's a number of items which people have alternates, which they've already circulated in advance. I have a couple which I'll just highlight for the budget and for item 13.1.6, 7 and 8. 6 and 7. I'll be going around the room anti-clockwise, so I'll go to Councillor Hill. It is our practice, though, however, with items where people have alternates for where it's a motion from on the committee, that we seek the mover of the committee motion, the committee motion to be moved first before any alternates. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just refer to 13.1.6, where I do have an alternative, but as you just stated, I'm assuming that the chair of the policy committee will be withdrawing that item.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the chair is on leave tonight, so I'll be going to the deputy chair and asking for all of those items, whether the deputy chair is going to move all of those items. So thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mayor. 13.1.8, alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gould.
16.3.
16.3, I think that's Councillor O'Neill's motion, but I know you have an amendment to it.
Yes. So
yep. Thank you. Councillor May.
12.12, I have an amendment for that one as well.
Thank you. Yes, we have that. Councillor Pizzey.
Um, 13.1.4.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm assuming other people are going to remove these because they have amendments to them. Mm-hmm. So if they don't, then 13.1.6.
Thank you. As the deputy chair of the policy committee. So the chair is in here, but the practice is that the deputy chair substitutes when the presiding member is not available. The meeting procedures and the way we've run meetings, there's a presumption that the committee motions are heard first before any alternates. So are you willing to move the committee motions for 13.1.6, 13.1.7, 13.1.8?
This hasn't been discussed with me before now, so no, not tonight, thank you.
So no to all of those?
Correct.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to move the committee motions? Actually, I'll go around the room and then I'll ask those questions. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you. I'd have an amendment for 13.1.7. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Chester. Sorry, Councillor Vinciulo.
Councillor May's pulled for me tonight, so it's okay.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. 13.1.2.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.8, which I have an alternate. 12.10 and 12.16.2. And then, of course, 16.3, the notice of motion.
Thank you. Go then to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.5 and 12.15, please.
Thank you. As is required by our meeting procedures, well, our custom has always been that the committee motions are moved first. So I'm actually now going to seek, given that the presiding member is not here, the deputy presiding member does not wish to move any of the committee recommendations for 13.1.6, 7 and 8. Is there anybody who, is there anybody who wishes to move the committee recommendations for those items? No? Okay. That's all right. In those cases, we will then just go to the alternates which have been proposed on them first. We'll then go to Councillor Fishwick. Is there anything that you wish to withdraw?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Yep. Lastly, there's a number of absolute majority items that need to be then withdrawn. So item 12.5 is already withdrawn. Item 12.9, which I will withdraw. 12.13, which I'll withdraw and I've got an alternate for, and item 12.14, which I will also withdraw. And Director Parry, we've also received a financial interest for item 12.1. Do we need to withdraw that item? Yep. Yep. Okay, I'll also withdraw 12.1. In that case, we'll proceed with item 12.1 on tonight's agenda. I'll have to send you out of the room, Councillor O'Neill, with the financial interest. Thank you. I will move the item. Could I get a seconder? A second by Councillor Mercer. I don't wish to speak to the item. Councillor Mercer? Thank you. Any debate? No, in that case, we'll go to a vote on the item. Could I have you cast your votes on the screens, please? And Councillor Fishwick, could you declare your vote?
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. If we could invite Councillor O'Neill back in. Now brings us to item 12.5, establishment of council credit committees. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the item, noting that we need to confirm the names of elected members being reappointed to the committee.
Thank you. I'm willing to second. And if we could just put up on the screen the elected member names. So just before we formally do move the motion, I'm just going to confer with all the elected members here that they are willing to be the member and deputy member of the committee. So we have to reconstitute the Audit and Risk Committee, as everyone is aware, given the changes to the Act. So going around the room, starting off with, I'll start off with Councillor Hill. Are you?
Yes, I've flagged my intention. I'm happy to stay on the committee in the new
thank
guise.
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gould. Yep. Councillor May, you're fine with the motion?
Yes.
Yep. Councillor Pizzi.
No problems.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Happy to retain. Thank you.
Thank you. Vinciulo.
No problems.
Thank you. Chester.
Yes, thank you.
O'Neill.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, you now may resume. Oh, sorry. Councillor Fishwick.
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, you may proceed.
Yes, thanks. Great. So, going through this requirement to appoint an independent chair to the Audit Risk and now Improvement Committee. So, as approved by the city, well, do we need a? We've got the seconder sorted. Yep, great. Thank you. So we've conducted interviews, myself, the Mayor and Councillor Count, with 3 candidates that responded to the administration from those that had been approved by Council. Those interviews were conducted and each candidate ranked by each interviewer. The end outcome was the top the recommendation for a presiding member was a unanimous selection from each of the 3 conducting interviews. So we're very pleased on that basis, and that's candidate H. Unfortunately, of the other 2, one withdrew subsequently, and the other one was not interested in a deputy of the presiding member role. So that role will remain vacant at this point in time. But at this point, we look to continue down the path of appointing a independent presiding member that will have us compliant with our requirements there, and obviously endorse a meeting attendance fee within the range of the tribunal. That will be an attendance fee for the independent presiding member. So hopefully all elected members will support this item. I look forward to a new presiding member for the committee and how we progress under the new structure. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much else to add except for we have a well-qualified candidate and candidate H with a strong background. Of course, as just to foreshadow again, that the council decided not to have this discussion behind closed doors, so we cannot speak about the candidate in this forum at the moment. So, but it was a well-run process, and it was a unanimous decision between myself, Councillor Count, and the Deputy Mayor. It's unfortunate that the other parties who were also interviewed were not able to take up the deputy position. Thank you. Anybody else willing to discuss on this item? Questions or statements? No. Thank you. In that case, we'll... Deputy Mayor? No. Thank you. In that case, we'll close and go to a vote. If we could vote on the screens, please. And... Councillor Hill?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the wording alternate motion on the screen. Is that because the names are in there?
Sorry?
I'm just wondering why it's called an alternate motion on the screen.
That's correct. So the officer's recommendation had no names in it. So the alternate from from the Deputy Mayor has all the names and the preferred candidate. Thank you. And then Councillor Fishwick?
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. That's then unanimous. We then move to item 12.8, status of petitions. Councillor O'Neill, you have an alternate.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the alternate.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder? A seconder. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just a small alternate change here. It is a very important issue. The alternative that I've got in here is just in relation to 6.2, and it changes it from does not support to support. It simply keeps the door open for the change of better and allows the city to adopt a forward-thinking process, which could ultimately save the city a lot of money for the ratepayers. Secondly, it allows the possibility of actual reduction in glyphosate use within the city. It investigates measures and leaves open to investigating measures that reduce the amount of chemicals used, reducing the need to spray as often. As a city, we could see a marked real-world reduction in the use of chemicals, which would save time, money, and alleviate the pressures that weed management comes under. As a further note to this, it actually gives our new CEO the opportunity to put forward his thoughts and ideas as to how we better manage weeds and seed set within our city. From what I do understand, Mr. CEO has a lot of extremely well-respected acquaintances within this field. For example, Mr. Ewan Ferguson, a bushfire expert who was brought in by the state government to conduct a formal report into the Waroona bushfires. So by supporting this alternative, it allows our new CEO the chance to use his skills, knowledge and contacts that we have brought Mr. CEO Craig Lord to our city for. The alternate motion does not require immediate adoption of new policies or additional expenditure. Rather, it enables the city to review available evidence, emerging best practices, and common concerns to determine whether additional measures could enhance the effectiveness of current management strategies and reduce long-term maintenance for fire management challenges. All I'm simply asking from this is that we don't close the door to what opportunities could become for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support this minor change. As noted by Councillor O'Neill, it does keep the item open for further options and to be investigated going forward. So as it currently stands, it would potentially require another resolution to enable those options to be investigated. So I think this minor change is well structured and will keep us open to look at how to improve our weed management, particularly around, as was requested, timing of aspects, using timing to reduce our costs and use of chemicals. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there any members wishing to speak to the item? And Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. I'd just like to ask a question, if I may. Noting that a fairly recent strategy session we discussed updated plans on glyphosate, and this was specific to an previous AGM motion for reducing the amount of glyphosate. I'm just curious as to where that report is scheduled to come back to council, because this alternative addresses the same issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Claassen.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, that report is scheduled in Q1 of the next financial year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there any other elected members who wish to speak to the motion? Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything further to add. I just encourage everyone to support the alternate. It is for the benefit of our city.
Thank you. If we could then vote on the screen, please. Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick, could I get you to declare your vote?
Happy to support, thank you.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. We then move to item 12. In a moment. Thank you. Before we move on, Councillor O'Neill, could I get a reason for departing from the officer's recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in the interest of keeping opportunities open for the city.
Thank you, Councillor. We then move to item 12.9, which is the review of the corporate business plan. I'm moving this item as it's an absolute majority decision. Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor May. Thank you. As I said, this has been withdrawn because it's an absolute majority decision. We have discussed this at budget workshops, and we had a discussion about what should be in the corporate business plan. I think the element which probably does just need to be highlighted, as many elected members are already aware, is the rescheduling of the library strategy, which was originally going to be at the end of Q4, has now been brought forward to Q2. And that was a decision of the CEO, and I think it's a good decision. But I'll go to Councillor May now as the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to reiterate your comment around the bringing forward of library strategy, I think it's a good decision and prevents us needing to move any alternatives around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Does anybody wish to speak to the motion? No. In that case, I don't wish to close. Could we then vote on the item, please? And Councillor Fishwick, could I get you?
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. That's carried unanimously. We then move to item 1210, list of payments. Councillor O'Neill.
I'd like to move the item, please, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Councillor O'Neill.
Not much to add. I did have a few questions which I initially rose with the city, and I thank the Director for his time and going through this. It's not always easy when you get 100 requests for different information and then requests for further information after that information is given. So I appreciate the Director's time in taking that, especially when I came up to him 2 minutes before meeting of council to get some final answers. So I appreciate the time they take, and I encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor? No? Does anybody wish to speak to the item? No? In that case, Councillor O'Neill, you don't wish to close? Thank you. Could we then vote on the item? Thank you. And then Councillor Fishwick?
Support the motion, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The item is carried unanimously. We then move to item 1212, recommendation for levying a differential rate. Councillor May, you have an alternate.
Yes. Would you like me to move my alternate now or after you've moved the...
You can move it now. You asked to withdraw the item.
Yeah, thank you. I moved the alternate that I circulated last week.
Thank you. And I'll get Councillor Chester as the seconder. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The point of the alternate is quite simple. It's just to ensure that the council has all the relevant information available to it in order to consider whether it goes down a path of differentially rating short-term accommodation. It's not really seeking to say we should or shouldn't. It's just making sure that for the FY27 budget we're in a position to make that decision. I had hoped we were able to be able to do this year, but happy to wait one more year before we make that choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. The City Administration has provided considerable amount of data over the last week, and it was clearly indicating that unhosted short-term accommodation was, or the number of applicants was increasing at a very fast rate. These particular situations with no landlord actually on site does potentially lead, well, potentially, not necessarily, of course, disturbance to neighbours, and it will require probably more intensive oversight, and it will be an extra cost. So I think it's perfectly reasonable and logical to treat them as commercial operations and impose a higher levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Ventulo.
Thank you. Through you, I just want to share the sentiment of my colleagues. Some good feedback around the table. I want to congratulate Councillor May for bringing this alternate. Highly supportive. It's definitely a space that's changing rapidly, something that we have to definitely get our finger on the pulse on, especially with the changes. And there's definitely framework that we need to look at. And from a commercial rate perspective, that's another thing that needs to be looked at as well. So absolutely we'll be supporting this alternate.
Thank you. Anybody else who wishes to speak to the motion? No, in that case, Councillor May, do you wish to close?
Nothing further to add, thank you.
Thank you. We could then vote on the screens, please. Councillor Fishwick, could I get you to declare your vote, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Support the motion.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. We then move to the draft budget, which is item 1213. I have an alternate for this item. Thank you. I'm willing to move and, I'll just explain what the alternate is. The alternate adds the amendment which was circulated about 2 or 3 weeks ago about authorising the CEO to commence an organisational review and restructure. So it's nothing actually that material, but I'll speak to it in comments. I'm willing to move. Could I get a seconder for the budget? Seconded by Councillor May. Thank you. All right. This year's budget represents quite a large change in the way in which the city has been dealing with some of the financial issues which has challenged it over the last couple of years. In November last year, when the strategic financial plan was presented to the city, it was clear that the city, although it was making a cash surplus of 20 million, that there was still a gap of an additional 20 million which was needed to fund future asset renewals for the city. In addition to that, when the asset management plans were presented to the council, it became apparent that in addition to the considerations from the strategic financial plan, that there was also a shortfall of roughly about $120 million for future asset renewal that was left unfunded. As everyone is probably aware, the last budget for the last financial year had an operating deficit of around $12.8 million. As a result of these challenges, the council adopted its budget parameters in November last year to look at freezing the operating expenditure of the city and then also looking to increase its operating income. Of course, a large portion of that is rates, and then pegging the rate increase to CPI plus 2%. And as a council, I think we're all very acutely aware of the challenges which our community is facing with cost of living pressures. And the same pressures that our community is facing as far as households are the similar types of pressures that the local government also is experiencing when it comes to its cost pressures. When it comes to fuel prices, when it comes to petroleum prices, those things all affect directly the local government's inputs and its ability to provide services. The last couple of years, the city's financial health scores have deteriorated to a particular point, but this budget for this financial year represents a change in direction. It is one of the first years where the operating expense of the city has been maintained similar to its previous levels, while at the same time improving the overall operating result. The deficit last year was sitting around $12.8 million at last year's budget. The operating deficit this year is improving then to 6.8 million. So it is a significant improvement. In addition to that, the cost-saving measures which the city is having to undergo as well is helping also to shape and renew the organisation at the same time. We are trying to find ways in which we can work smarter, we can find efficiencies, and that's the importance of the additional element to this motion that I've proposed. The additional element requests the CEO to undertake an organisational review, administrative efficiency assessment, and organisational restructure to look at those different elements and how we can best align our business processes to make sure that we keep downward pressure on our operating costs of our organisation. And I think it's a pivotal time for this to occur, as well as that we've just taken on a new CEO who is very well qualified, capable, and experienced. And I think giving him the opportunity to feel that he is endorsed by the council to look at moving forward with an organisational review and be able to having an outsider point of view to be able to restructure the organisation so it is performing at its best is, I think, quite a crucial and important step. Going forward, as the councillors we've discussed, is that we'll be hopefully engaging in next year some elements of community budgeting, so surveying the community and finding out for every dollar that we spend, where does the community actually want that money spent, instead of it just looking, we all have connections with the community and are here to represent the community, but also asking the community, what does that look like? And then using that information to inform our decision making. This is a tough budget, but it is a responsible budget for our community. At the same time, I understand the cost of living pressures that are in our community, and of course the rate rise that is proposed as well is difficult. But it's something that as a council we've had to think long and hard about, and we've put together what is the most responsible budget that we can to overcome also the challenges from the city. In practice, if we don't start addressing these issues, it means that we will not have the money to fund our asset renewals into the even short and medium term. That means roads won't necessarily get resurfaced at the rate they need to, community facilities will not be repaired, or playgrounds and other elements will not be able to be repaired at the rate at which our community expects, and the delivery of our services will suffer. We've looked to try and find reasonable cost-saving measures, and we understand there's challenges around how to do that. At the same time, we have managed to freeze our operating expenditure closer than where it has been in previous years. So I think there's a lot of effort's gone into this, but I also respond to comments from elected members in reply. Councillor May is the seconder.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree this budget, probably more than most recent budgets, contains some more difficult decisions. The position the city's in is not, I wouldn't say it's dire, but it needs addressing, and that has been raised with us over recent years, post-COVID in particular. Going back to the COVID-19 budget, unlike some local governments, which gave a one-off rate to rebate, the City of Joondalup reduced the base rate income by, I think it was average of 5% across all ratepayers. At some point, we as a council need to make a decision to catch up with that in subsequent budgets since then. I believe all budgets, or all but one budget, rate rise has been below CPI. So in real terms, the income from rates has gone backwards, adjusted for inflation. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to ask one question?
Sure.
Just to the Director of Corporate Services, can my memory please be refreshed on what the interest rate across the city's reserve funds is at the moment?
Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, there's no one interest rate. The interest rate at the moment on the various term deposits ranges between 4.7 and 5.2%.
Thank you. The reason I asked that question is there has been suggestions put to me by members of the community and elsewhere that the city can use the income earned from reserves to plug the budget up so we don't have to raise rates as much. The issue with that is the interest earned on deposits is usually around about what the inflation rate is. So really the interest earned is basically keeping those reserves as they are in real terms to adjust for inflation, maybe a tiny bit more if you get a good rate. So in saying that, I think this budget does go some way into bringing us back to a good position financially. I've said in the past, and I've said in budget sessions, it's better to have more pain now and less pain later. I did make the argument in previous years that we need to play catch up to get our rate in a dollar where it needs to be to sustain our services. And of course to find savings. One area of savings which I'm supportive particularly of is the termination of a ride program. It was a program I didn't support when it came in, I believe around 2019, but at the time I was led to believe it was a one-off cost for the vehicle and it would be run by volunteers with very minimal admin cost, but I now know that it costs around $30,000 a year, which was quite surprising. I think where we can reduce areas where we provide services outside of our scope and in a scope which should sit with the state government, that's a good thing. As with a year or so ago when we removed ourselves from the immunisation program because that should be managed by the state government. So I won't go on too long, I'll leave it at that, but I encourage everyone to support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Any further, does anybody else wish to speak to the budget? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Challenging budget, I think we can all agree. We'll start with a a big highlight for me for the budget, and that comes around the timing of it, and something I've asked for over the 6 years I've been on council, and that is why can't we have the budget in our briefing papers so that the community can actually see them and engage more with the city. And this year was the first year since June 2017 that I believe that's happened. So it's a positive that we actually get the budget papers out earlier to allow more engagement with the public, and I hope we can keep that going forward. In terms of aspects of the budget, questions around, obviously the increase of rates is an unfortunate requirement to meet our ability to service and maintain the large amount of assets we have to look after. And getting updates on our asset management plans late last year highlighted those challenges, and we're still waiting confirmation of that exact scheduling required, but this is a move to at least provide some funding to enable those challenges to be met. It's unfortunate, but it needs to be done. I do have, obviously, concerns around some of the capital works, but happy to see where that goes and engage further in the later item on this in this meeting. Do have a query on page 28 of the addendum. There'll be a correction required under the City Centre Place Activation Reserve. It makes reference to those 657,000 being to fund the capital costs of the Burns Beach Coastal Node redevelopment. Can we confirm that can and will be corrected for the minutes?
Director Humphrey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that will be corrected for the minutes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And I note under the new point 8 that the Burns Beach Cafe and the Coastal Node redevelopment reserve are being consolidated. So on that basis, can we confirm the business case will be a consolidated one, and an updated case will be presented to council as part of that project proceeding?
Director Claassen?
Through Mr. Mayor, the business case for the commercial aspects is a standalone business case, Councillor Raftis. The Catalina Reserve will only be used for the commercial aspects of that project, but it just makes it easier to account for that project to look at the overall cost. The business case in terms of the profitability of the commercial aspect will only consider the commercial aspect and the related cost to the commercial aspect of that development.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. For clarification, the additional car parking that was required to be put in that location, I understand that was required to meet the requirements of the cafe. Is that correct?
Director Claassen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I said, any cost that is related to the compliance of the commercial aspect will be considered as part of that. The car park was not constructed just for the commercial aspect. It was for the general users of the area as well. So it's not exclusively for the restaurant, cafe, kiosk facility.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, as long as there was no minimum requirements of car parking to meet the commercial aspects of the cafe. If there are, then those car park spaces should be factored into that business case. But look, there's a large amount of work to be done. There's a challenge there for the new CEO, and looking forward to a much more in-depth engagement with the council as part of a process of looking through all our service levels and continuing to improve the bottom line of the city and its ability to meet the long-term requirements of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. So just to start off with a question related to the question from the Deputy Mayor. I'm just reflecting on what's called the overflow car park, which has been constructed in Burns Beach. My recollection is that that was primarily required because of the existing car park would be closed down in the park, whilst the new, much larger car park in the park would be being built. Could I just confirm that that is the reason for the overflow car park?
Director Claassen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's partly the reason. To provide parking whilst we undertake the construction, however, also to provide additional parking for that Burns Beach node. As I've indicated in my response to the Deputy Mayor, the car parking is not exclusive for the restaurant, it's for the overall node, but we'll look at the minimum car parking requirements for the restaurant and kiosk.
Councillor?
Yes, thank you for that. And just noting that members of the public don't see officers' comments, I just thought it'd be worthwhile just commenting that item 14 on the screen is the alternative that we're discussing, and there's a very brief officer's comment which I'll just read out. The recommendation can be supported as it accords with early discussions already underway with the executive leadership team. That's just for people following so they can actually understand what the officer's comment was in relation to the alternative. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Does anybody else wish to speak to the item? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take up too much time there, but I do want to thank the officers, the directors, for all of their work they've done in getting this together. It is a position we find ourselves in that is a very difficult one. A lot of residents would be asking the same questions I ask: is what happened? I was pleased to see that there was some, progress in terms of, savings that were trimmed down again and again, and the way that the city went through things with us. A couple of queries that I still have, obviously, in relation to this as I was going through it, just looking at, as the Deputy Mayor pointed out there, the consolidation of the reserves is something that obviously we might want to look into a little bit more. I'm particularly interested in that. Further on in the documentation, there's mentions of late payment interest fees and a couple of other little administration fees which sort of pop in there here and there. The question I have in relation to all this, which doesn't need to be answered now, it's kind of rhetorical, is in the situation where we do have such cost of living pressures on people, little $10, $20, $50 things here and there, they do sort of add up. And when I'm reading the paperwork, if I was to accumulate all of these, it's not a small amount. So while I do thank the city for all their work there and the transparency that is apparent, I look forward to, doing something positive for the city and something positive for the ratepayers and showing them that we are interested in saving in this time for them.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Gould.
Thank you. Supporting the budget doesn't mean believing it's perfect or there's no room for improvement. So I welcome your amendment and the organisational review and efficiency assessment, because good organisations regularly review how they operate. We even do that with our own small business and our home budgets, always looking for ways that we can find efficiencies and savings. I believe continuous improvement should be part of council's culture. Every dollar we spend is a dollar that's entrusted to us by our community, and I feel our community really do expect us to be looking for better value. So yes, I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I want to start by acknowledging the work behind this budget. The executive and staff have absorbed CPI on materials and contracts, held the employee cost increase to 1.8% against award rises of 4.75%, and brought the forecast operating deficit down on last year. That effort is real, and I don't dispute it. But I cannot support the increase as it stands, and I want to be clear why. This budget lifts rates of revenue by 6.4%, a 6.5% average rate rise, well above CPI. Because we rate on gross rental value, the figure is an average. Ratepayers in localities where valuations have risen most will carry increases above it. And laid on top is a 7.6% rise in the refuse charge from $3.95 to $4.25. For a great many households, the total movement on their notice will be materially more than 6%, and it arrives in the middle of a cost of living crisis. I accept the structural argument. I've read the warning on the asset renewal reserve and the operating deficit, and I'm not arguing that rates never rise. My concern is the size of the step in a single year, when a more moderate increase now on a defined glide path could ease the pressure on residents and still protect the city's long-term position at a time where homes are feeling the crisis. I want to commend the CEO on the point in particular. The proposal to cut evening hours at Duncraig, Woodvale and Whitfords has been set aside, with the equivalent operational savings to be found within the library service instead. That was the right call, and it's the position I advocated for in our budget workshops. But it also makes a point I can't move past. When we genuinely interrogated those operations, the savings the CEO is confident will be found without cutting a service residents value. And that's what concerns me about where this budget does cut. It ends the city's funding for the Constable Care Program, safety and crime prevention, education for our children and young people at a time when we are seeing rising issues with disengaged young people in many parts of our city. And it ceases Discovery Outbound, the outings and excursion program for our over 50s, for many of whom it is a real source of social connection. When we are searching for savings, our most vulnerable, our young people and our seniors should be the last place we look, not the first. If operational savings were there in the library service, I am not satisfied that Council has tested every avenue for savings before reaching for programs like these and taking ratepayers for a rise of this size. So I will be voting against the motion as it stands, and I ask the Chamber to weigh whether 6.4% in 1 year is the fairest path for our ratepayers, or whether a smaller increase now with a clear plan for years ahead would serve them better.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. Any further members who wish to speak to the motion? No, in that case, I will close the debate on the item. I think I'd like to begin by acknowledging the concerns raised by Councillor Pizzi. I think many of them are concerns which can also be in our community. I think the challenge that the local government always has when it sets rates is balancing the challenge of balancing community services and providing those services at a continuing level, and at the same time, the challenge which also comes from us charging households, which is how we receive most of our income. I don't think anyone here in the council has taken these challenges lightly. We've gone through a budget process which has been extensive in the ways which we have tried to find operating savings. We have, as Councillor Pizzi also highlighted and the officers have highlighted, for the first time we've actually managed to freeze our materials and contracts prices. Our employee costs have only gone up by 1.8%. And that's while absorbing a wage increase of 4.75%. So the city has done a lot of work to try and actually keep a check on the costs, and it's both sides of the ledger which we're trying to look at, not just one side. We're not trying to find ways of raising rates on our community. Over the last 7 years, the rate increase in Joondalup has been only 15.2%, and that's averaging about 2.2% per year. So for the last couple of years, we've been significantly under CPI. We've been significantly under even the wage price index as well. But those choices have come with challenges which have now come to the forefront. Challenges on, can we actually now provide and deliver the services which our community expects? Can we actually continue to resurface the roads in our district at the levels that our community expects? Can we continue to repair our community facilities at the levels our community expects? The city does maintain a hardship policy, a way to try and support residents if they're in the financial year, that there are ways to try and defer rates or break them up into different payments to try and support our community where there are challenges. And I don't think I should step away from that this budget does represent challenges for our community. 6.5%, we understand, is not an easy number for our community to try and digest. At the same time, given the challenges that the local government has, our goal to freeze our operating expenses over 3 years. If we look at CPI tracking around 4%, over 3 years, it actually means we're looking to try and find savings of 12% off our operating income, which is a significant saving for an organisation of this size. And it's not an easy challenge either. So it's not something where we're trying to put burdens onto our community. We're trying to make sure that we protect the investment which our community has given us. And as Councillor Gould has said, the community's entrusted us with this money, and that's why we need to make sure that it's funded. Everything we do is funding responsible programs and leading to responsible budgeting. As far as some of the community programs as well, over the years, the local government also needs to focus on what is its role in things, and we're seeing increasingly other institutions and other organisations who are able to perform other similar programs within our district, and that's why in some cases we have stepped away from particular programs because we found substitutions. A good example of that was the vaccine program a number of years ago, which turned out could be funded by the state government. It was a cost which the local government had. There's other programs which are similar, which the local government currently is providing to our community, which we can then find where there's other partners who are able to provide that rather than the local government directly. So overall, this is a budget which tries to be responsible with the money that our community has given us. It's not an easy budget, and I think that's what everyone here in the room understands. We have tried to be, as far as possible, community-focused, and we've tried to find reasonable savings. If we were to try and find a way to moderate some of these rate increases, would that mean then we'd have to actually start cutting services to the bone, services which our seniors use, services which our children use, playgrounds which our children access? So we also, as I said, that is the challenge, is balancing up the income with the local government, which is what we charge our community and our households, against our expenses. Our expenses are actually real services for our community, real things for households. And that's the challenge, I think, as a local government we find ourselves in, especially with the operating deficit and the asset backlog of 130 million and the other challenges which we face. So this is the first step in a 3-year process to try and review our costs and review our budget to improve our position. So if we can now please vote on the motion. Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick, could you declare your vote?
Support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick, and the item is carried. Thank you. We then move to the update on state and federal government election commitments. Again, this is an absolute majority decision. That's why I've withdrawn it to be moved. Could I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mercer. I don't wish to speak to it. Councillor Mercer. Any members wish to speak to the item? No. In that case, we'll go to a vote on it, please. Councillor Fishwick, could you declare your vote, please?
Support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. We then move to item 1215, the 5-year Capital Works Programme. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the item as tabled, please.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder? Seconded, Councillor May. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy that we obviously tabled the 5-year Capital Works Programme. Where I have concern is where we take it then as that the council has approved projects from years 2 to 5. I don't like the wording we're endorsing years 2 to 5, but for my money that locks it in, as opposed to the first year is what we're really approving within as part of the budget. So I have concern that particularly around the Surf Club project, which has now been scaled up to $19.3 million, as I understand, as an estimation, but from my point of view, I don't want to see that endorsed in years 2 to 5 whilst we're still clarifying where we sit in terms of updating our strategic financial plan and our asset management requirements. So I think that number has climbed significantly from when we discussed potentially moving from 8.5 million to about 14 million. And I don't like it. It hasn't come back to us for an actual project analysis to see those figures climb to 17 and now to 19. So I would rather see that done before we lock it in terms of a 5-year capital works program. So would be requesting that we can vote on items 1 to 3 separately, please.
Thank you. We can do that. Councillor May, as the seconder.
Thank you. Just a question for you. What is the status as of now for the Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club redevelopment? When can we expect to come to council?
Thank you. We'll go to Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor. Currently, that is scheduled for consideration by elected members, firstly at the July strategy session, and following feedback at that, plan to be submitted to the July council meeting rounds.
Thank you. Would that include a timeframe for when the tenders will be considered?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that report will include consideration of the tenders and based on council feedback, a way forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Support the motion in its entirety. The reason I asked about Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club is I remember when the funding was first committed in late 2016, early 2017 by both major parties leading into that election, and I often go running along there and it's disappointing, and it's not a criticism of council, it's more a number of decisions have been made along the way, but it is disappointing that we're in the 10th year and nothing has happened on the ground there, and the building is in disrepair. Apart from that, I have nothing further to add on the program itself. I generally pick the relevant director's brain throughout the year on various items in the program anyway, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Deputy Mayor, you can close. Thank you. We'll vote on the section separately, the items separately. We'll vote on item 1. Councillor Fishwick, can I get you to declare your vote?
Support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Item 1 is carried unanimously. We move to item 2. Thank you, Councillor Fishwick.
Support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and the item is carried. We move to item 3. Councillor Fishwick.
Support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and the item is carried. We then move to the reports of the Policy Committee. So we then move to, hang on. Thank you. We then move to item 13.1.2, which is the review of various local planning policies, which is the report of the Policy Committee. Councillor Chester, before you proceed, I forgot to give the call first to the Deputy Chair of the committee, Councillor Pizzey, if you wish to move the motion in preference to Councillor
No, you gave
Chester.
me the call earlier. I said no, thank you.
No, that's right. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make it very brief. The review, particularly of...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Chester. I
sorry.
need a second, though.
Yeah.
A second, Councillor O'Neill.
I was seconded,
Thank you.
yes, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Chester, when you're ready.
Yes. the review of these policies, and in particular one, which is procedures for closing off public access ways, just want to commend the review because it reinforces very much what I've always believed in. If a access way provides regular access to schools, shops, public open spaces, bus stops, libraries, churches, or railway stations, the city's position should strongly be not to support closures. I can remember a time when I moved into Kingsley, if there was any antisocial behaviour on a public access way, the arbitrary position was to shut the PAW down, cutting off access to those facilities that I just mentioned. So, summing it up, commend the review because it reinforces that stance of not supporting closures for that a very good reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to reinforce what Councillor Chester has just said, myself as well, when I first came to Western Australia, actually, and you look at all the access ways, especially in the Kingsley area where I was living specifically, you could get around. You see it still today with a lot of the kids. They ride their bikes through those access ways, and it's good to see that we are considering this and keeping these open or reviewing it, obviously. They're an important piece, especially in our ward. I believe for most wards they'd agree that they are an important piece of infrastructure, that they connect people, you know, and keep the city interlinked a little bit better. So I'm looking forward to it and happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've never really been a fan of closing public access ways. Most of the suburbs in the city of Joondalup, by their design, are not really designed to be very walkable just because of the way the streets are laid out. There's nothing we can do about that. If you look at the older suburbs closer to the city, they're more in a grid structure. Then you go further out, they go more into like a spaghetti kind of structure with the streets. And then the newer suburbs further out, they've more gone back to a grid structure while retaining what we like about the current structure, which is cul-de-sacs. Public access ways are one of the few things we can do to make our suburbs as walkable as possible. Encourage people to ride their bikes or walk where possible. So yeah, definitely anything we can do to eliminate the closure of them is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Okay, so Councillor Chester, do you wish to close?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In that case, if we can vote on the item, please. Councillor Fishwick, could you declare your vote?
Support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. We then move to item 13.1.4, the Activity Centre Review. Councillor Pizzey. Councillor Pizzey.
I wish to ask a question on this, but wasn't to move it.
Yep. So you don't so what did you say about moving it? You don't want to move it, or?
Correct.
Okay, right. Councillor May, yep. Thank you.
Happy to move it
Willing to
for
second.
purposes of a question.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey?
Um,
I'm the seconder.
do you need a seconder?
Oh, sorry, I'm seconding.
Yeah, just when we vote on this, I'd like it split up for 1 and 2. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor May, is this mover, do you want to speak to the item?
No, thank you, but I'm happy for it to be voted on separately.
Okay, thank you. I'll just speak very briefly to this motion. Look, this is actually quite a significant motion for our community, and I know that there is a financial cost that's involved in this particular item, in creating the structure plans and making provision for the structure planning of both Warwick and the Joondalup Activity Centre in the city's budget. The activity centre, to start off with the Joondalup City Activity Centre, is a significant area within the district, and it is the area in which we're trying to encourage development to revitalise our city centre, but also to take pressure off our local suburbs and our local communities. If we can encourage development in our city centre, it's an area that we can reach, it's an area where we can reach parts of the state governing housing targets without there being significant impacts. When we've had discussions previously around infill in local suburbs has been quite contentious, and quite rightly so, because people are concerned about the quality of the built form which will be developed, but then also the scale and density and the changing nature of their suburbs. By moving forward with trying to make sure that we position our activity centre in the best possible way to both attract investment but also to facilitate appropriate development in it, it allows us then to, as I said, hopefully reach parts of the state government housing target within those locations. The second part of this motion is also significantly important, is also very significant for our communities. Down in Warwick, in the Warwick Secondary Centre, within the planning hierarchy, this is one of the activity centres in the district which is required to have a structure plan. At the moment, there is not a structure plan over this site, and there was a significant development proposal which was attempted to be progressed at this location. If people remember back last year, it was proposed by a developer who owned multiple parcels of land to develop approximately 1,000 dwellings within the small area of this activity centre. These dwellings also, there were concerns about not just the bulk and the scale, but then also solar access to these particular dwellings as well. So when the council advocated against that development in that location, we said to the Planning Commission that we would go forward and assist in a structure planning process for that site. This report deals with ensuring that we allocate an appropriate budget for structure planning that location. Not just that it can become a vibrant location with an appropriate level of density and development for an activity centre, but also an area which protects our community by having appropriate planning controls in it. At the moment, there is a lot of fear in the Warwick community around what could be potentially developed on the site, especially given the applications which have previously been put forward by proponents and how the community feels that there is a dislocation in the planning system about what actually can be developed there and what is the community expectations. So this motion actually goes towards addressing some of those concerns and providing appropriate budgets to make sure that planning outcomes and development outcomes in those locations are focused on what is provided both within the state planning policy, but also undergoes a structured planning process where there's community input, community consultation, and our community has a say in what's being developed there. At the moment, with the proponents that have put forward application to the site, the community has not actually undergone that process, and it leaves our community in fear about what could be developed there. And it also doesn't necessarily mean that we are guiding planning outcomes in that location. So it's a very important motion. And of course, it also addresses some of the concerns which have been raised by members of the community at annual general meetings about the Joondalup Activity Centre and then also the edge precinct within that, and whether the heights and densities in those locations that can be potentially developed in those locations are appropriate. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, if I may. Happy to obviously support this, particularly point 2. I will be quite brutally and blunt as I can be sometimes. In relation to option 2 there, with the Warwick structure plan there, this was something that obviously made the news last year. There was a lot of community uproar about it. And Warwick is generally left behind on a lot of things, if I can speak openly about it. It doesn't get the attention that it deserves at times. It sits within my ward, so I might be a little bit biased, but so be it. There was a game of hot potato between state government politicians, city council, and a whole bunch of other things. And it's about time that we actually look at this and do something about it so that we don't end up with the same problems that we had with the proposed structure plan. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey?
Yes, thank you very much. I agree with the need for precinct structure plans that are outlined in this report and are recommended to undertake, and I think the city and council should undertake those structure plans for all the reasons outlined, and I won't go into it because I agree with all elected members of how they've spoken about the requirement of them and why we need them. My concern is against a consultant-led approach. I believe the city has the expertise to lead the structure plan themselves, and this would create significant savings in the creation of those structure plans, which is why I've asked for them to be voted on separately. I endorse the structure plans. I think they are required. I don't agree with option 2. I think it should be a city-led approach.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further members wishing to speak to the item? Councillor O'Neill, question?
Just a quick question, if I may, from the city. Is the city equipped to deal with the structure plan, or will it end up saving money by adopting the consultant-led approach, in the city's opinion?
Thank you. Director Lavery.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question. We're not equipped at the moment. We have quite a heavy workload with the local planning strategy and the Joondalup Town Centre plan, and that's not to mention scheme amendments that get submitted. So we don't have an adequate resource. I've said in the report we will need a resource even if we go with a consultant to manage the sub-consultants, the technical reporting. We could do it. That's one of the options in the report. It will result in a time delay. And if, when you go out to tender for a piece of work like this, the consultant has to provide a contingency. So if consultants are off sick, they go on leave, or they leave the company, they're required to provide a contingency so that this work carries on regardless and meets the timeline. When it's in-house, we definitely wouldn't have a contingency to carry on. So I suppose the upside of it being in-house is we might save some money. The downside is it's probably going to take a long time, and it's subject to delays.
Thank you. Councillor May, do you wish to close?
Thank you. Just to close, I generally agree with the point made about doing what can be done internally. I often see the cost of consultants for various things, and it's quite mouth-watering how much is spent. It can be unavoidable at times. When you look at planning, for example, I understand there's been vacant positions in that area that haven't been filled or haven't been able to be filled. When FTE is reduced, then the ability to do things in-house and all other BAU stuff is reduced and results in time delayed. So I think in this instance, it may be the least worst option, so to speak. Again, I always do caution when the cost of staff, when employee expenses comes down, there can sometimes be an opportunity cost to that. And that often means, unfortunately, not being able to do what we want to do in-house all the time. So yeah, it's sort of something I always keep in mind when I see the headline number for employee costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If we could vote on the items, but we'll put part 2 separately from parts 1, 3, 4 and 5, or the remaining items, if that's okay. Yep. If you could all vote on the screens, please. Councillor Fishwick, could I get you to declare your vote?
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Sorry, those items are carried unanimously. We then move to item 2. Councillor Fishwick.
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried the item is carried. We then move to We then move to item 13.1.6, which is the elected members' entitlement policy in relation to elected member dinners. So I have an alternate which has previously been circulated for this one. Could I get a seconder for the alternate? Seconded by Councillor Gould. Thank you. To speak to the item briefly, because this has gone through the policy committee multiple times before coming to the council meeting, and this was originally proposed back in June last year and was referred to the committee, deferred multiple times, and I guess at this time it's the first time in a year that it's actually come to the council meeting for a decision. At the bottom of this is the elected member dinners. At the moment, elected members can invite a table of members of the public to a dinner, and it requires 3 elected members to hold one of these dinners. At the moment, these dinners sit at around $3,000 for one of these dinners, which only roughly, if we start off with 3 elected members attending, about 30 people attending. So it sits around $100 per person attending, and that's based on the agreement of 3 elected members going forward and holding the dinner. What I am proposing is removing the dinners and replacing them with another one of our volunteer appreciation functions. The volunteer appreciation functions are held at the moment quarterly. There's about 4 which is held each year. This is proposing that we hold 5 volunteer appreciation functions. At the appreciation functions, there is roughly 100 members of the public that are invited, and so the cost per head sits around $30 per person. If you think about this in comparison, for the same $3,000 to hold one of these appreciation functions, we appreciate 100 people compared to these dinners where 30 people get acknowledged or appreciated. I don't agree that these dinners are the best use of ratepayer funds. I do question to the extent to which these networking dinners do contribute overall to the outcomes that the council achieves. I know that there is a counter-argument to say that these dinners enable elected members to network with select members of the public that they choose, and that helps them formulate policies or help connect members of the community. But in my experience, I've never held one of these dinners, but in my experience, I don't see, from what I've seen as a member of the council here for 4 years, I've struggled to see how that's actually tangibly generated real impacts in the way that the council makes decisions and tangibly changed the direction of significant decisions. I've really struggled to see actually the benefit of these, and I think it's better that we have volunteer appreciation functions instead. It is important that we recognise those people in our community who serve others, those people who serve our local community, and the types of volunteer appreciation functions we hold through the year are for people that do that, people that are part of the surf life saving clubs, the conservation groups which volunteer to plant in our local natural areas, Joondalup library volunteers, volunteers across the district, seniors clubs, residents groups, service groups such as Lions and Probus, sporting clubs as well. And I think that's where we should be putting our money, about appreciating volunteers first. That's not to say that you can't invite volunteers to these dinners, but $100 a head, and then at the end of the night, I'm told, which I did not know until the policy committee, that there is then a small serving of porter, I think it was Bailey's, which is passed around the room as sort of a end-of-night gesture, which I find a little bit peculiar. But again, I've never held one of these dinners. I've always thought the volunteer appreciation functions is a better use of public money, given that for one of these events, which 30 people are attended to, we can appreciate 100 volunteers. And I think, to me, that's quite a clear argument. I think there was a motion from the policy committee to decrease the number of councillors who could hold these. Currently, it requires 3, to decrease it down to 2, which I'm also told would increase the cost per head upwards from $100. So I don't think that's a correct direction. And I also think the cost differential is quite clear, 3 times as much money. I don't think we should be putting $100 a head for these sort of dinners, especially on agreement of just 3 elected members. I find that a little bit, I just don't think that is a correct approach, and I don't think it's in line with community expectations, and especially we've heard about cost of living pressures. I think with cost of living pressures, this is not something that I think stands up to public scrutiny. I'll go to Councillor Gould as the seconder.
Can I reserve my right, please? And speak after everyone?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
I said earlier that, yeah, I'll be allowing that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. My alternative recommendation was circulated in the briefing pack. I'd like to foreshadow my intention to move that alternative recommendation if this alternative is not carried. And now may I speak on your alternative? The intention of my alternative is to retain the ability for elected members that wish to do so to host up to 2 elected member dinners per annum. This is a substantial change to the current policy and reflects careful management of associated costs. There is a cost, but there is also significant benefits to the City and Council when dinners are well organised to achieve good outcomes. My alternative encourages elected members to consider hosting dinners with key stakeholder groups and also includes measures that would discourage or prevent elected members from any inappropriate use. I hope to have the opportunity to speak more on my views if my alternative is considered by Council. I don't support the current alternative before us as it seeks to completely remove the potential for elected members to undertake positive and collaborative engagement with key stakeholder groups. Elected members should note that only volunteers are invited to attend volunteer appreciation events. There are many other stakeholders that are not volunteers. I value the opportunity that the dinners provide to actively engage with key stakeholders. If this alternative is supported, it will no longer be feasible for elected members to facilitate detailed engagement with stakeholders. For the record, I consider the terminology of elected member entitlements to be somewhat misleading, as there seems to be a perception that elected members might consider these dinners to be a perk of being a councillor. I do not. I take my role very seriously and would never plan to host a dinner that could be considered as catering to friends and family or as a personal favour to any individual or group. These are not appreciation events, they're networking to bring people together and also to discuss matters of significance in the City of Joondalup. I would encourage Council to be open-minded to finding a resolution to this issue that represents a compromise that has addressed the concerns and should be generally acceptable to all elected members. That is what my alternative intends to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mayor. While I appreciate the intent of providing opportunities for elected members to engage with invited guests, I am not persuaded that this expenditure is an appropriate use of ratepayer funds. We already have opportunities to engage with community members, stakeholders and organisations through meetings, community events, forums and other official functions. I support your amended motion suggesting these funds be redirected towards volunteer appreciation. Recognising the people who freely give their time to our community is, in my view, a far more appropriate use of public funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support the alternate as has been tabled. We'll note I have hosted tables at these dinners over the 6 years I've been on council. There can be some positives out of hosting local state members and other sporting groups. The challenge I have is that in the past, in the current financial year, there's been one dinner hosted. So if I look at it from a realistic aspect of what are we doing, how do we move forward, we don't just retain things because it's always been there. One, if it's that vital and that important, why aren't we using it every month? And if we're not using it, well, we obviously don't see it as significant value. Otherwise, we would be hosting 3 tables every month. So from my point of view, given the challenge of the budget we face, I'm not going to stand here and or sit here and fight for something that we're not actually using. So from my point of view, giving up the dinners is a step forward. Having an additional function to recognise those doing great things in our community is a great step. So I'm happy to progress down that path. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to put a few things on the record before I vote on this item. I have never hosted an elected member dinner. I have never attended one. And when this has come before us, I have spoken against them. So I come to this with no personal stake in the outcome. I'm not defending something I use or benefit from. But something happened after I spoke against them last time that I think this chamber should hear. Members of the public contacted me by email and in person to tell me that they had found those dinners genuinely valuable, not as a social perk or an appreciation recognition, but because the connections made at them assisted their volunteer work they do for this city. People who give their time to our community told me in their own words that this avenue helped them do that work. I still hold my personal view. Left to my own preference, these are not how I would choose to engage. But I don't think my personal preference is the only thing that matters here. And I don't think it should override people who came to me in good faith to say they benefit from this. So my position is a compromise, and I think it's the right one. I don't support abolishing the dinners outright, and I don't support leaving them untouched. I support halving them, reducing the entitlement to, with the budget held where it is and reviewed on uptake. That is a real reduction. It responds to the legitimate concern about cost and exclusivity while keeping an avenue that members of our community have told me they value. When we make decisions like this, it matters that the people affected are heard, not just the loudest voices, but the residents and volunteers who take the time to tell us quietly what actually helps them. They spoke to me, and I'm not prepared to ignore them. For those reasons, I will not be voting for the dinners. I will not be voting for this, and I will be voting, if it allows, for the dinners to continue at a reduced rate.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Through you, just briefly. A key word that seems to have really come through and shone is the word compromise. And if we are doing our job properly and we're looking at the benefits and we have been told there are benefits, it would be remiss of us to just assume, especially if you've never partaken in one of these dinners, to maybe seek that feedback and understand the benefits that have taken place. Compromise is an incredibly powerful word. And what's happened through policy and the recommendation that the city has alluded to in the recommendation, you would say that there's been compromise made. So it's an interesting situation we have here, because I believe Councillor Hill has gone even a step further in compromise, and it's worthy of significant attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciulo. We'll go to Councillor Hill. Sorry, not Councillor Hill, sorry, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, because I don't want to take up everyone's time this evening too much. I agree with the Deputy Mayor and the way his statement is towards it, but I actually am glad that I got to hear Councillor Vinciulo speaking, because it is compromise. What I see on the screen in front of me is compromise. It gives more to something where we can appreciate more people, we can get better value for money, and I think it strikes a balance. So I thank you, Councillor Vinciulo, for the word compromise.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Count.
Thank you. Through you. After hearing Councillor Raftis's mention that only one dinner has been used in the last 12 months, sort of made me think that just because we have that policy doesn't mean we should get rid of it. It seems to be used quite correctly. It's being used targetedly towards the right kind of events. I think having a policy that allows us to meet with the community with whatever way is required is extremely valuable. And as I said, just because it's not used frequently doesn't mean you get rid of it. You don't throw away a first aid kit just because it hasn't been used for many years. So I think we should retain this policy by voting down this alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anybody else wish to speak to the item? Councillor May.
I'll be brief. It's a difficult decision. It's probably less clear-cut than the some of the other things we're going to deal with tonight. I will say, when I was first on council, I held a number of the election members' dinners. It used to be 10 per year, and there was, at the very start, there was no requirement to say what relevance they had to the city or what organisation someone belonged to. I would say they're not really fun events for me. They were held on a Friday night. Been working all week and working all day on a Friday, and I'm quite tired. I'd rather go home to my cats, but I'll host a dinner. I hosted a few dinners, but I haven't in a number of years because, well, one, I'm tired, and two, the groups in the community who I think would be appropriate to invite, I've already had to the dinners, and they do have some value because people get to meet each other from different groups. I had one for local PNCs and teachers from across the ward, so they got to mingle with other schools and share ideas, and it's quite good to play matchmaker, so to speak. You introduce one group to another group and they get to know each other and can collaborate. But in saying that, I don't like the narrative that the dinners themselves are something that is more of a luxurious perk. It is quite a lot of effort. You get people cancelling and having to, because they can't get babysitters, and you've got to find someone else, and it's a real hassle. So there's probably a reason why only one's been held in the last 12 months. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor May. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Gould.
Thank you. I acknowledge that many of the guests invited to these dinners are important stakeholders who make valuable contributions to our city. This debate is not about their worth or whether they deserve recognition. The question before us is whether a ratepayer-funded private dinner is the most appropriate way to provide that recognition. Where stakeholders, volunteers and community organisations are being recognised, I believe this is better achieved through civic functions and receptions, community appreciation events, official acknowledgements, and other inclusive functions that celebrate contributions openly and transparently. In my view, recognition should be based on the value of the contribution, not the provision of a private dinner funded by the ratepayers. Sometimes compromise is the right answer, but sometimes it simply preserves a practice that no longer reflects community expectations. In my view, this is one of those occasions. Compromise isn't measured by doing less of something. Sometimes the most responsible decision is knowing when it's time to stop doing it altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. I think nearly everyone has spoken or indicated, so I'm just going to close debate. I guess I'll address some of the concerns raised by people who were speaking against the motion. I'll first deal with some of the comments by Councillor Count, who made the comparison with first aid and a first aid kit. I think there is quite a substantial difference. A first aid kit is for saving lives and for, dealing with people that have experienced harm. I don't think the dinners are the same type of circumstance at all. As far as the comments, I think from around Councillor Hill and similar ones from Councillor Pizzi around the benefit of these is around networking and having detailed discussions and things of that sort. As far as I see it, I don't think you need a $100 head dinner to have detailed discussions or to network with people. I think people do it quite adequately these days. And we have a civic chambers, we've got ward rooms to meet members of the public, we've got cafes down the street for people to meet with people. There's also other opportunities for people to have meeting rooms and set up formal meetings. We don't need $100 a head dinners for networking and discussions, in my point of view. And as I said, having been on this council for 4 years, I still do struggle to see how these dinners, I've never hosted one, never been invited to one, but I've struggled to actually see how the experience in these dinners is actually fed into what our core function as a council, which is decision-making in the council chamber. I have really struggled to see actually the direct connection between the two. And that's why I think replacing them with appreciation functions is appropriate. It's a third of the cost. $30 a head for 100 people to attend rather than $100 a head for 30 people to attend. I think that metric is quite clear. As far as members of the public and how they've felt about these, I've actually had a number of people from members of the public who have attended these dinners who've raised concerns with me and who they actually went there and they felt actually a bit awkward because they didn't feel it was proportionate. They went there and the cost of it and the service and things like that was necessarily proportionate, and they did feel a little bit anxious about it. One of the concerns which a mayor from a different local government raised with me was around, does this actually, the networking in this sort of environment, is it actually problematic for a council as well? If this is about discussions, and as somebody said, not always volunteers are invited, there are other stakeholders, questions sometimes arise around nepotism, and that's actually what another mayor of a local government who doesn't have these dinners said. Does it actually create a perception around nepotism and concerns around some council members are being too close to certain things? Does it have the right actually element of distance?
Point of
Councillor?
order on adverse reflection.
I don't think it's an adverse reflection to say some people can have a perception of something, Councillor Hill. I can say that was...
My feeling is there is an inference of nepotism which cannot be substantiated in any shape or form.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm willing to withdraw and apologise for any elected members here feel that I'm accusing any elected members here of nepotism, of anything of that sort. What I was addressing was a concern raised by a mayor of another local government who raised the issues that can it create those sort of problematic environments that councillors find themselves in. And I can say I actually have found myself in that environment of somebody who has not gone to one of these dinners. When I was a councillor and I replaced the former councillor for the North Central Ward, the former councillor had often invited particular clubs, particular presidents of certain clubs to these dinners. There was an expectation upon me to invite those same clubs to these dinners. And they actually said to me at some point and said to other community members, I was not being a good council member because I was not inviting people to those dinners, did not invite them as those particular clubs or large stakeholders in an area. So to me, I think there can be a concern that does originate around these. But to me, as I said, the cost and the cost of living pressures is, I think, quite clear around this one. $100 a head compared to $30 a head for a volunteer appreciation function. If I recall correctly, I may not recall correctly, I think the policy committee is also looking at reviewing the volunteer appreciation functions and ways that we can hold them to also consider other types of groups and bring in those stakeholders in a way that is organised impartially with the city officers. So I think that is actually a preferable way of dealing with these sort of matters. I don't think this is an entitlement that should continue. I think it has concerns with it, and as I said, $100 a head compared to 30 is, I think, quite a clear metric that we can assess this on. And as far as, is it always being used? As the Deputy Mayor said, there's one which was held in the last year. Maybe that's an indication this is a practice that needs to go. But again, that one dinner, 30 people, if it was 3 elected members, could have appreciated, we could have recognised 100 people who make a difference in our community compared to a smaller select figure. So I'll stop there, but we'll vote on the motion. Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick?
Not supporting the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to count the votes. Councillor Fishwick said he's supporting the motion, so it ties then. Sorry?
Mr Mayor,
oh, sorry.
Point of order, I'm not supporting the motion.
Sorry, I misheard you there. Not supporting the motion. In that case, the motion does not pass, and so we move to Councillor Hill's alternate. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move my alternative as circulated in the briefing pack.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Joondalup. Councillor Cunt.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank those fellow elected members that have provided me with the opportunity to present this alternative. I strongly value the opportunities that the elected member dinners have provided and should continue to provide. Elected members will be aware that myself and Councillor Vinciulo have hosted a small number of dinners that were organised to be attended by key stakeholder groups such as individuals or organisations that are involved in community performing arts or visual arts. We've received very good feedback from attendees that appreciated the pre-briefings that we provided and the way in which we invited a range of attendees that were not previously known to each other. These dinners facilitated the development of new relationships. Our guest lists were provided to elected members in the confidential Audit and Risk Committee meeting minutes. It may well be true that some elected members have no interest in hosting dinners or have preconceived views about them, perhaps based on rumours of inappropriate use or behaviour by previous council members. My alternative...
Sorry, Councillor Hill, I'm going to have to call you there for an adverse reflection on council members when you say they may have preconceived ideas.
Previous council members, yes.
Preconceived ideas based on previous council members of rumours and...
Yep, okay, I will withdraw that particular comment, but I'll rephrase it. I find it interesting.
I think it's easier if you just withdraw and apologise.
I did withdraw it, and I'll just
I'll
move on
as well.
Yeah, I'll move on. So,
Councillor Hill, you need to withdraw and apologise.
Yeah, okay. Well, I will withdraw and apologise, and I'll move on with my comments. So as somebody who's attended these events, and some in the past were not so good by some people, but I'm talking here and reflecting on the recent ones, and I would suggest that because not many were held in the last 12 months, I suggest that's probably got a lot to do with this item being very much in the forefront of media articles and the rest. So I do hope that if my alternative passes, that we can look forward to productive elected member dinners. So my alternative addresses views that were expressed at the Policy Committee meeting. Each elected member would only be able to host up to 2 dinners per year. Dinners will only go ahead if there are commitments to host at least 3 tables in order to ensure cost effectiveness. A maximum limit of 6 tables is included, as any more tables would place excessive workload on catering staff, and the noise from conversations would simply not be conducive to clear and inclusive conversations. And I might add that my recollection of the estimated cost of the dinners based on 3 tables is just under $90 per head. I do not drink alcohol at such events, as I have a commercial driving licence. My alternative allows for consumption of modest beer and wine only, as one would expect for a meaningful business dinner. I don't support port or Baileys, as you suggested, Mr. Mayor, and that is simply a legacy of a tradition that was from some time ago, and I have no intention whatsoever of continuing that process. Hence, modest beer. There was some reference in a comment from a member of the community earlier about fine wine. It wasn't related to this, but I would emphasise that we're not talking fine wine here. I would ask for elected members to support this alternative so that an appropriate and balanced outcome can be achieved that appropriately addresses issues that were raised at the Policy Committee meeting. I look forward to seeing some compromise on this issue, which would be a good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Sorry, I'll go to the seconder, Councillor Joondalup. No, Count.
Yes, thank you. I support the restricted dinners policy that is proposed here. The dining room is regularly used by the council and staff, and due to the lack of use of this policy, I would say the dinners are being used appropriately outside of other functions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other elected members wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must say that I'm disappointed that these dinners are being portrayed as some kind of junket. I have always, over the 17 years I've been on council, used them as a capacity to bring people together with a common interest. That is, presidents or committee members generally of football clubs, cricket clubs, any sporting club, any service club, when they very, very rarely have the opportunity to get together to discuss common issues like how they raise funds, the relationship with the city in terms of getting their facilities upgraded. I've always found them very, very constructive. And I must say, as a host, you really are dealing with some people that you may not know all that well. They may feel uncomfortable with other executives of clubs, and you have to work quite hard to get them to feel at ease. So I make the point that if you do it the right way, they can be very, very constructive, and as someone else pointed out a moment ago, they are quite hard work if you want to get a good outcome out of them. So that's my point of view at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further members wishing to speak to the item? Councillor Joondalup.
Thank you, through you. Just to say that I'm still listed as the seconder on that.
Do we need to change that, Director? Yeah, okay, thank you. Do any other members wish to speak to the item? No. Councillor Gould.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm struggling with the argument that these dinners are productive. If the objective is stakeholder engagement, then surely our aim should be to engage as many stakeholders as possible, not fewer and not more exclusively. A seated dinner up against a networking function or a civic reception or a community event brings people together. More stakeholders, more opportunities for that engagement and mingling. If you're really sitting down at a dinner, are you really going to go and talk to the people on the table next door? Not likely. That's only 9 people. Are they all going to be from the same club? Are they from different clubs? I don't know. And basically, I have this opinion because this is what my community are telling me. When they hear that these things go on, they're not happy about it. They think it is an entitlement. It is something that's exclusive, not inclusive. If we're serious about productivity, we should choose an option that, you know, reaches the greatest amount of our community and gives them the best bang for their buck. That's what they're after. That's what we're here for. I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wishing to speak to the item? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I appreciate the arguments on this. One aspect I suppose I have a challenge with is the argument that these are significantly valuable and great outcomes and the community want them, but we're just not hosting them. So does that mean we are not fulfilling our obligations as elected members? I'm just curious as to how that perception is if they're so valued out there and we're not holding them, how does the community perceive us? But from my point of view, if we're not using it, I'm not sure why we're arguing to keep them. If they were extremely valuable, they would be fully booked each month. Thanks.
Yep. Any other elected members wishing to speak to the item? Councillor O'Neill.
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just as the Deputy Mayor said, I see that if these are so great at networking and, you know, generating whatever it is that they're supposed to generate, then they'd be booked all the time. They're clearly not. I would have thought that the money would be better used somewhere else. You know, there is a perception that it is some sort of junket thing that you get invited to if you're part of the soccer club or footy club or whatever club, and I just don't see the value in it. I have yet to hear of one positive thing for the city that's come out of a dinner from one of these elected members' dinners. I haven't heard of it. If I've missed that memo, please let me know about it, but otherwise I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other comments on this motion? Just some short ones from me. Look, similarly, I won't be supporting this motion. I don't really see this as a compromise. The dinners are still going ahead, as people said. Compromise is, I guess, changing things. This is actually, the dinners are going ahead in more or less exactly the same form, at roughly the same cost per head. So I don't really see much of a change. It just changes how many dinners per year an elected member may host within a calendar year. Councillor Hill made an observation around because of media interest. Maybe that's why some people were not hosting these dinners, which I find an interesting observation, because if that's the case, then I do wonder what is then the support of these dinners within the community broadly. I think if you have something defensible, you're willing to go out and say it. And if there's media interest, you can make the case for it. I think if there's media interest, then you're not hosting dinners. If somebody's not hosting dinners, it doesn't quite make sense to me. Again, as far as networking and other things, I think it's easy now to network with people in other environments. I don't think it needs to be a sit-down dinner. I do still question to what degree, and I'm happy to be surprised, but I don't know if I will be. But 4 years being here, and there's been multiple dinners held by other elected members, to me, one of the main focuses of the role of being a councillor is the decision-making at council meetings. And I'm still yet to see how these dinners have significantly contributed or changed large decisions which have come before the council. I'm not sure, I can't actually recall at different meetings where somebody's brought up at these dinners, this is what happened and it shaped a significant policy or strategy of the city or changed something. I'm still waiting to sort of hear that. I'm not entirely sure when that's happened, but yeah, I'm just not sure how that's actually been perceived up until now. I just don't think these dinners really carry value. I think there is concern in the public around them. I've received a lot of concern around them, both people who have not attended them, similar comments to Councillor Gould, but also people who have attended them and said, no, I don't think this is right. I don't think this lines up with expectations anymore. It's something that is an aged practice and antiquated as well. So I'm just not sure it's contemporary in the way that people network and people engage and make decisions anymore. So Councillor Hill is the closer.
Yes, thanks. I will close. This is a moment for this council to recognise the importance of collaboration and compromise. We can make decisions based on 50-50 or 6-7 or 7-6 or a 6-6 for that matter, but I'm hopeful that this council can carefully consider everything that's been said. A lot's been said about these dinners by people who've never attended the dinners, and I think, give it a chance. Organise one. Liaise with people like myself and Councillor Vinciula if you want to have one. Get some tips on how to organise an effective one. There's a lot that can be achieved. This is a key moment. And just because you may have a perception about something and you want to discard it because of that perception, be open-minded. Clearly, there are people on this council who recognise the benefits of these events, which are not volunteer appreciation events. It's quite different, very different. In fact, I did make that point earlier. So it's not a perk, it's not something, an entitlement. If I host one of these events, it costs me money because, as many people know on this council, I work evenings. So if I'm not working of an evening, it's costing me money. It's a role of me on councillor to engage with key stakeholders. It's one of the things I enjoy doing. I think I'm pretty good at it. I think people should use their skills. Maybe some people don't want to do it. Maybe some people don't see the value in it. Maybe some people don't have the skills to do it. I don't know. But be open-minded. I'm hopeful that this alternative will be supported so we can retain this system, but in a very modified format to address all of the concerns that have been raised and participate or observe. And I just encourage elected members to support this alternative. Thank you.
If we could vote on the item, please. Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor? Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. We then move to, we need a reason for departing. Councillor Hill?
The reason for departure from what, sorry, the committee recommendation?
Yes.
To address concerns that were raised at the, that have been raised, and to address them so that the dinners can proceed in a reduced and cost-effective manner. Thank you.
Thank you. We then move to item 13.1.7, the elected members' lounge. I have an alternate. Could I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Thank you. This motion goes back 12 months about removing the alcohol after council meetings and in the elected members' lounge. The origin of this is actually from the Office of the Auditor General and the report which they published last year in May relating to purchasing cards. In that report, the OAG did a performance audit of 4 local governments And again, on purchasing cards, they highlighted particular purchases which they questioned whether were appropriate business use. The Auditor General herself said, in a climate where cost of living is a significant concern, we questioned if some purchases are in line with community expectations of responsible use of public money. In her media release, she then directly linked to her case studies, which she highlighted, and they were she was highlighting in that 4 local governments which were had the audit identified alcohol purchases including $990 for wine and spirits and 4 cases of wine for on-site bars. The report then went on to question whether those were appropriate business expenses, and then went on to say the community has a right to expect that public money will be spent carefully and only for legitimate business purposes. It's one of these things with this is that the division about whether alcohol being provided in the elected members' lounge is or is not a business expense. I would say the Auditor General is right in her questioning of this. I don't think it's a business expense. I think it's something that sits as a personal expense, and I think, or an entertainment expense. And so for that reason, I proposed back in June last year to remove the publicly funded, access to the publicly funded bar to elected members, to keep it then only for civic functions and events. It then raises a second question as well, which is around, should there be on-site alcohol which is provided to elected members or accessible to elected members more generally? At the end of the day, this is a workplace. Council members may not be employees, but this is a workplace, and the public expects that we hold ourselves to the same standards that you find in professional workplaces. And most contemporary workplaces now say that that consumption of alcohol should occur off-site and not to do with the business entity itself. Many of you would be aware today there was actually an email which we received from the Cancer Council WA, which is concerned about the consumption of alcohol and, of course, its links to cancer, and how they are promoting across the state, local governments, to actually remove alcohol on their premises and actually have a zero alcohol policy. They also seem to have read our public health plan, which we approved at the last council meeting in May, and they highlighted one of our key focus areas, which was to reduce the risk of chronic diseases and a strategic priorities relating to alcohol and drugs. And of course, they're calling on us in our capacity as leaders of the community and as a council to whether we are also going to share that leadership of having a zero alcohol workplace. I think there are also other concerns which can relate to alcohol late at night. Those concerns may not have always turned into problems, but it's a significant risk. I think if you did an impartial risk assessment and you looked at it, I think you'd have to say that the alcohol late at night is something that does need to be removed, both from the question around business use and cost to ratepayers. And again, this isn't a question of how do you apportion it per ratepayer. The question is whether or not it is appropriate, which is a different question. Questions of appropriateness and business use are very different from questions of what is the value of something. The question of whether it's appropriate, and looking at the Auditor General of the analysis that they say, yeah, the business use as far as appropriateness is, I think, questioned, and I don't think it stands up to scrutiny. As far as the other aspect on this of alcohol in the workplace, I don't think alcohol and politics should mix. I just don't think it's the right sort of environment when it occurs. I think everyone is well aware that when I attend civic events, civic functions, or functions where I'm representing the city as mayor, I don't consume any alcohol. Again, that's a personal choice, but I think what's before us is more of a personal choice. The state government employees don't have access to alcohol on site. That's the same way as federal government employees in the APS, even our City of Joondalup policies as well as a zero alcohol workplace. Same with many other local governments. People are actually surprised about these concerns and surprised that alcohol would be consumed on site, not just supplied or accessible by the city, but also even if people had alternate arrangements. So I'll stop there and we'll go to seconder. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've stated a lot of things which are true. I want to talk about something that when I first came to council, I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to do something positive for the community. And I'm going to assume that you are all here for the same reason. Part of that is listening to the community. Part of that is taking what they ask of you and applying it. It's something that's been all over the news, it's been in the papers, and everyone's been talking about it, and, you know, it's like a clown show. They've been talking about us because we're afraid to give up a drink or something. The public has spoken.
Point of order.
Councillor
Adverse reflection.
On which part? The clown show comment? Yep.
Yeah.
I'll ask you to withdraw and apologise.
Oh, withdraw. No problem.
Thank you.
There.
And sorry, just apologise.
And apologies
Thank
for
you.
that.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where was I? It's about listening to the public when they speak in such big numbers about, you know, the simple fact of a beer. It's not about a $2 or $4 beer or a scotch or something else. It's about what they expect of us. They have overwhelmingly spoken, and in loud voices and in many voices. So I will ask you all to vote for this. I will say to you, you know, we just remember why we're here. We're not here to have a drink after a meal, after a meeting, or, you know, any of those other times there. I understand if you want to have a beer after a meeting like this, but don't do it on the ratepayer. That's all they're asking. It's more of a symbol than the cost of a $3 beer. But you do need to listen to the people that put you here, because they don't have to put you here.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Cunt.
Yes, thank you. I would be foreshadowing an alternative amendment to this that removes any direct cost to the city for filling the request of the petition before us, while still allowing elected members to responsibly enjoy a drink in the lounge at their own cost if they would choose to. Everyone should have that alternate as an email. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mayor. The provision of alcohol after council meetings has been a subject of community discussion and debate for some time. More recently, nearly 900 members of our community signed a petition asking council to discontinue this entitlement. Whether we personally agree to that view or not, it demonstrates that this issue matters to the people we represent. As elected members, we often speak about the importance of listening to our community. We have recently supported decisions that reflected strong community feedback, recognising that good governance involves listening, reviewing our position, and where appropriate, acting in public interest. I believe we should apply that same principle here. The question before us is not simply about the cost of this entitlement, it is also about whether it continues to meet the expectations of the community we represent. It is about demonstrating that we are prepared to listen to our community and respond when those expectations have been clearly expressed. As elected members, we are entrusted to make decisions in the public interest. That trust is strengthened when our decisions reflect not only what we are entitled to do, but what our community expects of us. In regards to the bringing your own alcohol, this is not about a personal choice. It is about leadership and public confidence. The community has made it clear they expect higher standards from their elected representatives. Allowing BYO alcohol simply undermines the intent of this proposal and sends the wrong message. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Any further members wishing to speak to the item? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Listening to community, yep, that's important. We received a petition calling for an end to ratepayer-funded alcohol. I believe that Councillor Count's alternative will meet that requirement, demonstrating listening to the community. From a personal perspective, again, I don't drink alcohol in the councillor's lounge. That's because I'm a commercial driver. I've got a commercial driving licence and I do not want to risk or jeopardise having a drink. As I mentioned earlier, here we have another opportunity for this council to work together constructively, effectively, to find a compromise that should be acceptable to all. That doesn't mean total ban on alcohol and bringing more and more reasons for doing so throughout the course of the last 12 months. It's very important when a council raises a proposed change to provide the reason for the change. And we keep hearing, even more tonight, there's new arguments being brought in all the time. Ultimately, the petition, which is the community view on this, requested an end to ratepayer-funded alcohol. Nobody's abusing this system. I would encourage elected members who have any concerns, come into the council's lounge and see what actually happens. A lot of the community comments are based on a narrative that bears absolutely no resemblance to what we do. It's extremely modest. One drink, that's people's choice, and nobody has ever felt that they needed this to be provided and paid for. I'm sure some years ago, if somebody had suggested councillors paying it for it themselves, I'm sure they would do. And that's, again, what Councillor Count's alternative is all about. So here we are. We have before us a black and white decision, ban alcohol or don't ban alcohol. Well, there is a room for a compromise that doesn't cost the ratepayers even 1 cent. So my suggestion is for elected members to defeat this alternative before us and seek to listen to the compromise alternative proposed by Councillor Count. Thank you.
Any further elected members who wish to speak to the item? Oh, sorry, I got Councillor Fishwick with a question, sorry.
Thank you.
Or a hand up.
Thank you. I wish to speak to the item, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
I wish to speak in support of Councillor Count's foreshadowed alternate arrangements for refreshments in the lounge. If anyone in this the chamber tonight understands the potential harms associated with alcohol, then I believe I have a reasonable appreciation of them. My father was an alcoholic. His alcoholism developed after his service in World War II, where he returned disabled and carried the emotional scars of war. Long before conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder were widely recognised, he attempted to self-medicate his trauma with alcohol. And I vividly remember him waking up during the night, screaming from nightmares and reliving his wartime experiences by drinking alcohol. As a 17-year-old school student at that time, I encouraged my father to seek help through Alcoholics Anonymous. And that experience has remained with me throughout my life. It's given me a deep respect for alcohol and the need for responsible consumption. During my 20 years as a member of this council, I have never observed any elected member consume more than one alcoholic drink in the elected members' lounge after a council meeting or briefing session. The atmosphere has always been responsible, respectful, and moderate. The lounge serves as an important purpose following what's often very lengthy and demanding council meetings. It provides elected members with an opportunity to relax, engage in conversation with your colleagues, and strengthen the working relationships that I believe are essential for effective governance. It's a place where members can discuss issues informally, and they can build an understanding and foster in a manner that ultimately benefits the council and the community we serve. From a fiscal perspective, the cost is extremely modest. Based on my own consumption of a bottle of beer, cost on discount from Dan Murphy's or wherever you buy on bulk, about $2.67. If I were to have one beer after a meeting twice a month over 10 months of the year, the total annual cost for me would be approximately $53. And this is hardly an excessive burden on the city's finances. The proposed savings are therefore negligible in the context of the city's overall budget. Yet the value derived from providing the space where elected members can interact constructively and strengthen relationships is very significant. Furthermore, given the consumption generally limited to a single drink, and I'm confident it's only a single drink because over the 20 years, that's what I've observed, I'm confident that no member would come anywhere near the legal blood alcohol limit of 0.0.5 in a breathalyzer test. The level of consumption involved is modest, responsible, and well within community expectations. For these reasons, I do not believe the removal of these refreshments would deliver any meaningful financial benefit. Instead, it will remove a long-standing and well-managed facility that contributes positively to the culture and effectiveness of this council. If it is the opposition to the consumption of alcohol, then let us not provide alcohol beverages at all our council and civic functions and make a rather more significant cost saving. So the question is, does the council wish to provide alcohol or not? If you wish to support the consumption of alcohol at civic functions, then surely an elected member having a light ale after a council. I therefore support the foreshadowed alternate, as I'm happy to provide my own refreshment after a council briefing session or council meeting, given the minor costs for me, which would be less than $60 per year. So I ask you to vote down this motion and support council alternate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Councillor Pizzey.
Ask a question, because we lost Councillor Fishwick for a period there.
He's still there.
Could we just get him to repeat the last maybe 2 paragraphs, or because we lost it?
No, we can't have him repeat the last 2 paragraphs. Councillor May.
I move a motion be put.
Okay, we'll vote on that the motion be put. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour of putting the motion? Oh, sorry, hang on. Oh, you need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Yep, and can we have those in favour? Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Those against? Oh, sorry, I'll call them out. Sorry, those in favour, and I'll call them out for everyone. Councillor O'Neill, Count, May, Mercer, Hill, myself. Okay, and against? Against, we have Deputy Mayor, Councillor Chester, Venchulo, Pizzey, Gould, and Councillor Fishwick?
I'm for the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
For the motion. And the result is? Sorry? Yep. Yep. The item is carried. We then move to, sorry? Just double check. Sorry, could you put up your hands again? So those in favour of carrying the motion? Okay, so that's myself, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Count, Councillor Mercer.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. Could I just double check everybody knows that the motion is
to put the motion.
To put the motion, not to carry
Okay.
it. Thank you. Yes.
That's right. We missed off Councillor Hill for the motion. That's why.
Sorry, just to
Councillor
confirm,
Chua.
apologies. Just to confirm, we're voting on the procedural motion here, only?
Yes, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, the governance team had left off Councillor Hill. Yep. Okay, so we then go to the comments in reply. As far as this, look, I don't think this represents at all, sorry? Yep. I don't think the continuation of alcohol in the Councillors' Lounge represents at all the community interest around this. As far as, there was a poll on Facebook, so anyone could have signed up and actually responded to this. There was, in relation to that poll, there was 3 options. One, which is getting rid of all the alcohol. The other one is people being able to pay and retaining the policy. Now, there are some people who might say we should keep the alcohol there. That was 2%. People who say, well, elected members should pay for the alcohol, that was about 34%. As far as those people who said it should go all together, 64% of the community. As far as, and I think that also reflects why so strongly, in just a couple of days, there was a petition which had 900 signatures. That's not to say people don't have a differing view, but I would say that the community view is that this is a workplace and that alcohol shouldn't be in the workplace here. And I think that's the broad community expectation these days. As far as, again, the networking aspects and things like that, why does alcohol need to be in that environment for networking or for building relationships with elected members? And I think that's something which hasn't actually been clarified by any of the people who spoke for this motion, to keep the alcohol in the lounge. No one said why alcohol actually needs to be part of that equation. Why is it that elected members cannot socialise, engage, build relationships without alcohol? As far as the cost of the publicly funded alcohol, we have in the agenda, it was estimated around $1,000. In addition to that, that did not include the consumption of spirits and other types of alcohol which can be consumed from time to time in the elected members' lounge. Recollections may vary, but I differ on what my recollections are from Councillor Fishwick about numbers of drinks at different times. Most have, most that I've seen is around one, but sometimes there's people who have more than one. So I don't agree with Councillor Fishwick in some of his recollections, but we all have different recollections. Again, I think this comes down to leadership in our community, and I think our community will look at this and question whether we have made the right decision. I would definitely think the council needs to remove the alcohol. First, they need to remove publicly funded alcohol, and in a secondary sense, I think leadership requires us to also remove, not take up BYOs. I think everyone will ask ourselves, we got rid of the alcohol to put in alcohol. We got rid of the publicly funded alcohol to put in our alcohol or through BYO, and I think the public's going to question that and say, why is it that the council is so committed to having alcohol after council meetings? And I think that's going to raise people's eyebrows. Say, okay. Now, again, some of the comments were around, is it being abused or not? But that doesn't mean that people won't look at this in question. And I think there is a large perception issue in the community, and I think the community is going to look at this and say, did we make the right decision? Last time when the decision was made at the policy committee, there was lots of media interest that was generated that the City of Joondalup committee recommended we keep the ratepayer funded alcohol. And that's why in between that committee meeting and this meeting, we ended up with a signature of a petition with 900 signatures attached to it. The public looked at it quite quickly and thought, that doesn't meet our public expectations. And I think there is a real concern by going to BYO with the concerns that the public have around this and have already been raised in the media. It wouldn't surprise me, again, if there's going to be significant public interest and significant concern around whether that's appropriate in the eyes of the public. And as I said, when I look at the Facebook poll, which ended up being out there with the three clear options, get rid of everything, supply your own, or keep the ratepayer funded alcohol, the numbers are really clear. And anyone could have participated in that poll. It wasn't targeted at people who say, oh, if you want to take a shot at the council or whatever it was. Anyone could have participated in that. And I would say we got a clear indication that that motion that Councillor Count is suggesting as a foreshadowed motion is entirely out of step with the community. That doesn't mean that there aren't people who might think it's okay, but I think there's a significant risk there, and I'd encourage people not to support that and to support this motion that's in front of you. So thank you. If we could vote on the item. Councillor Pizzey, thank you. And then Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Not supporting, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. In that case, the voting is tied 6-6 with Councillors Mercer, Gould, May, O'Neill and the Deputy Mayor and I voting to carry the motion. Against the motion is Councillor Hill, Pizzey, Count, Venchulo and Chester, so it's tied 6-6. As the Mayor, I exercise the casting vote, so I am voting in favour of removing the alcohol. So the motion is carried. Oh, the reason? To remove publicly funded alcohol from the councillors, to remove access to publicly funded alcohol in the councillors' lounge.
Sorry, can I just ask,
Yep.
Is that reason significant enough when it was actually to remove publicly funded alcohol and councillors providing their own?
It's the reason I've proposed, and it is sufficient. Director Parry, is it sufficient?
Mr. Mayor, that's at the mover's discretion as to what is considered sufficient, but the motion did not consider bringing your own and storing your own alcohol. That was put as a foreshadowed motion, so that was only part of the discussion.
So the item is carried. We then move to item 13.1.8. And Councillor Mercer, you have a alternate, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Just before we progress with that, are you comfortable with amalgamating your alternate with the committee recommendation as well? So the committee recommendation on this one was to, I'll just get it on page 220. I just want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to on some of these ones. So it added an amendment of clause 7.76 that meals and refreshments would not be, alcohol with meals and refreshments would not be reimbursed.
That is correct.
Yep, thank you. In that case, Councillor Mercer, are you willing to move?
Yes, thank you,
Yes,
Mayor.
could I get a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Gould. Thank you. Councillor Mercer, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. I was not a member of the Policy Committee and had prior commitments to attend that night on the 18th of May when the revised elected members' entitlement policy was considered. Since then, I have carefully reviewed the report and supporting documentation. I am advised by governance that elected members have been treating their professional development entitlement responsibly and that there is no evidence of councillors withdrawing from training without reasonable cause. Nevertheless, I believe accountability for all council entitlements, including ratepayer-funded professional development, is both appropriate and expected by our community. In reviewing the policy, it seems to me there was an opportunity to strengthen the accountability provisions regarding assessed training. Since this matter has now been raised in a notice of motion, I believe it is appropriate for Council to consider whether those provisions can be improved. I support strengthening the policy. However, I am concerned that a simple pass or repay model may unintentionally discourage elected members from undertaking more challenging qualifications that ultimately improve their governance capability and benefit the city. Professional development should be encouraged, learning, growth and continuous improvement. It should not create a disincentive for councillors to pursue higher level governance education because they fear personal financial consequences if they narrowly miss an assessment. My alternate motion seeks to strike an appropriate balance. It establishes clear expectations that, where the city funds training that includes assessments, elected members are expected to actively participate, complete all assessment requirements, and make a genuine effort to meet the required standard. At the same time, it recognises that genuine circumstances may arise and that reimbursement should be considered in a fair, proportionate and reasonable manner, rather than applying an automatic financial penalty simply because a passing result was not achieved. This is a measured and practical approach that strengthens accountability, protects ratepayers' investment and continues to build a capable, informed and effective council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Councillor Gould.
I'll reserve my right for now, thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Pizzey?
Yes, thank you. Mayor, Deputy Mayor and fellow elected members. I rise to speak against the alternate motion before Council tonight. I do not oppose this motion because I wish to discourage professional development. I oppose it because ratepayers who fund that development deserve to know their money produced a verifiable, credentialed outcome, not simply attendance, and my notice of motion is to be voted on later on this matter. Let me go to the facts. These come from the city's own written response to my formal information request. The AICD Company Directors course costs the council approximately $8,000 per enrolment. At the conclusion of the course, participants have 90 days to complete 3 assessments and earn the Graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors post-nominal, or they may choose not to sit those assessments and receive only a certificate of attendance. The AICD itself treats those as 2 different outcomes. It issues 2 different credentials. That distinction was made deliberately, and the council should respect it. The city's own training register records the following. I am reading from the city's own written response to my formal information request provided by city officers. These are official city records. Mayor Kingston completed the AICD Company Directors course on 30th of June 2025. The city's own records status is in progress. The 90-day assessment window closed late September 2025. The city's register still records this as in progress in June 2026, 9 months after that window closed. Ratepayers paid approximately $8,000. The city's own records do not record a completed assessment. In contrast, Councillor Rafters completed the same course in 2021. His status in the city's register is recorded as completed. Optional assessment. That is what accountability looks like. That is the standard I'm asking this council to adopt. And I note that the Mayor has proposed a further amendment that where a training event has an optional assessment, elected members are encouraged to complete it, but it is not mandatory to do so. The amendment is recorded in the officer's briefing notes. Members should consider carefully why, on the night this motion is before council, there is such an urgency to insert language into this council policy that explicitly makes assessment completion optional. The city's own training register tells its own story.
Sorry, Councillor Pizzi, I think probably you've now reached the breadth of what you've said in your commentary is reaching quite closely to adverse reflection. To try and suggest that an amendment is to characterise things a particular way, or you say, why has this been raised? Just because you don't say something explicitly, if you say it implicitly, that's still an adverse reflection.
Just in which way? Because there's no adverse reflection. I'm just stating what the city is on record already. Mm-hmm. I'm restating what is on record.
But it's the way that you're stating as well, is to try and act. What you've said so far carries an implication that about a reason why I've proposed that particular amendment.
I note the ruling for the record. I move that the ruling of the presiding member be disagreed with under clauses 10.1H of the meeting procedure laws.
Okay. Yep. In that case, we'll vote on the ruling. Could I have those in favour of disagreeing with the presiding member? Oh, sorry, you need a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Vinciulo. Those who agree with disagreeing with the ruling of the presiding member?
Sorry, we're voting on disagree or agree?
Voting on disagreeing, because the motion is to disagree.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think there may be some misunderstanding as to what this vote is actually about, the words that were used. I'm just putting that out there.
I haven't actually proposed the wording to come to this meeting. Councillor Pizzi has drawn an implication about why I've raised it at the briefing session, which I will actually respond to in comments, but at the moment it's all supposition, and I called it as an adverse reflection. We're now in the process of having a vote whether to disagree with that or not. So at the moment, those in favour of disagreeing with the presiding member's ruling? Okay, that's Councillor Pizzi, Vinciulo, Count and Chester, and yep, those who disagree with disagreeing? That's myself, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hill, Councillor Mercer, Councillor Gould, Councillor May. Councillor O'Neill, have you voted?
I wasn't in the room.
Oh, you need to now vote. Yeah, and I was going to go to Councillor Fishwick to declare a vote as well. So, Councillor
Disagree,
Fishwick.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
Disagree, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so you disagree with the motion?
Disagree with the ruling.
Okay. So if we go, I think we're just going to take the vote again. Those who disagree with the ruling, can you please raise your hands? So that is Councillors Chester, Vinciulo, Count Pizzi and Councillor Fishwick. You still disagree with the ruling?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And those who don't disagree with the ruling? So that's myself, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hill, Councillor Gould, Councillor Mercer, Councillor May. So you need to withdraw and apologise, Councillor Pizzi.
I'll withdraw and apologise. Right. Some will argue that completing the course is qualification enough. The AICD itself disagrees. It issues a certificate of attendance to those who do not complete assessments and a graduate post-nominal to those who do. Those are not the same qualifications. The alternate motion before us tonight would make choosing not to be assessed on $8,000 of ratepayer-funded training permanently consequence-free. My motion would not. Ratepayers fund this training. They are entitled to know it has been taken seriously. I urge Council to reject this alternate motion. And can I ask a question that we vote on it separately, please? Each point.
Sure. That's all right. And Councillor May, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Just a question on Councillor Mercer's alternate. I noticed in your alternate the insertion of point 3. Is that going to be included in this alternate? Because I can't see it listed, but I only see a point 2 listed, so.
Is that the one being removed? So I'm just checking. When you say point 3, do you mean?
The conferences, travel for conferences and training.
Oh, so that's now placed at the very top. Yeah, so A, that's with the committee's recommendation there.
Thank you. Just a further question. Sorry, it's getting late. Does point 2A mean that travel, meals, refreshments, including alcohol, will still be paid for by the city?
No. So it's saying that currently it's paid for by the city and saying it's removing that entitlement.
Okay, thank you.
City. Yep. Do any other elected members have commentary on this motion? Councillor Hill.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm quite confused by what we're voting on here. I'm looking at an email from Councillor Mercer, Tuesday 23rd of June 26 at 16:03. I'm not sure if that's the last iteration of this, but in the officer's comments, I see in italics, or it said, it should be noted that the Mayor has proposed the following amendment contained in the briefing notes. I'm just at a loss to know if that's been incorporated or not.
No is the answer to that.
Not yet, is that it? So this is purely the highlighted yellow text in that email that I referred to?
Yeah, so
correct?
it's the email from Councillor Mercer.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is it still in? Yeah. And sorry, Councillor Mercer, when you asked about the administration preparing this motion today, you said about removing point B. The city is committed to, do you want that removed? I just wonder if we've actually moved what you wanted.
Yes, it was B to be removed.
Yep, thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Count.
Thank you. Sorry, just a question on clarification. Point 2A is to be removed. Would that not be better reflected with strike through of the text?
Sorry?
If that is the case. I've just heard before it was that point 2A, amendment of clause 776, meals and refreshments excluding alcohol. Is this to be removed?
Yeah, to be removed. So it's to amend the policy to remove access to those entitlements.
Okay. Surely it should be better to say remove instead of amend, and if it does say amend, then have strike through text to represent that.
It's amending the clause, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Thank you. Actually, I'm going to, before we go to, I see Councillor Gould is interested in and Councillor Mercer is the seconder. I'm first going to address the elected members' training register. I think it's very interesting, and as I said about adverse reflections earlier, that one elected member's training record is being singled out when multiple elected members have actually done the same course and not necessarily completed the assignments within those particular dates. If people wish to actually know what occurred on that particular time at the council, if people actually look back at the council meeting agendas and minutes, you'll find that actually I went on leave and I advised the CEO that I believed I was being subject to bullying. I think it's quite interesting for someone to try and highlight and highlight specifically.
Reflection.
No, I'm
Point
recounting.
of order, adverse reflection.
No, Councillor Pizzi, to make a ruling on this, I'm recounting why I went on leave at that particular time and why that might relate to the circumstances which you have recounted. Now, you may not have been privileged to that information that I recounted to the previous CEO, but it's actually in the minutes about extensive periods of leave that I took at that time.
You made an inverse reflection that my singling you out was a part of that bullying complaint.
No, I did not say that.
No, I know you didn't say it,
No, I
but
did
it
not.
is
There's
inferred.
no implication being made.
It's inferred.
There's no implication being made. I'm saying that is why I went on leave at that particular period of time, and people would be aware as well in the council minutes that I also didn't attend other meetings besides just the council meeting itself. Now, in relation to the AICD course, multiple elected members have done the course and not done the training assessments. The reason why it still says in progress is because I've actually been contacting the AICD since completing the course in June, because it's not a 90-day cut-off. It's actually a 2-year cut-off to do the assessment components, and I've been contacting them to actually progress the completion of those assessments. So the facts that have been read out have not entirely been correct or reflective of the actual facts in relation to my training record. As far as the motion at hand itself, the implications, is there a reason why I raised the amendment at the briefing session? I'm very willing to go into this, and the reason why I haven't put it forward is because Councillor Mercer has a better amendment, to be blunt about it. The reason why I didn't put it forward was quite clear, is that I looked at your alternate motion, I looked at your motion at the end of the agenda, and what I saw as a motion which I would consider punitive. It's a motion which if somebody, whether it's whether it's circumstances in their personal lives, or whether it's circumstances which occur, somebody, it could be pregnancy leave, it could be personal leave, compassionate leave. If somebody is unable to complete an assessment, your motion, which you put up at the end of the night, had a strong implication. It says will reimburse. And I disagreed with that sort of approach. I thought it was something which was not compassionate. And so I put up an amendment because I was going to vote against your motion later this evening for that reason. The reason why I put it up is to say that, yes, we should actually encourage people to do assessment components, which is actually what I believe in, and which is what I'm doing, and which is why I'll be supporting Councillor Mercer's alternate, which is being put up to this meeting, because I think it creates a process, it creates a way in which you can reflect on the training, it creates a process which is compassionate for the different circumstances, but at the same time provides an opportunity for the recovery of funds if there isn't a suitable or sensible reason why somebody has not completed a training, why somebody has not completed an assessment component. I think those are the facts which needs to be contextualised in all of this, not just a reading out of a register on the city's website. So I'll go to Councillor Gould, who's been waiting.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. Yes, I agree with this amendment and happy to be the seconder. It encourages participation and accountability while recognising that legitimate personal circumstances can arise. And it's fair, proportionate, and in my view, it strengthens the policy. So I'm pleased to support the amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank Councillor Mercer for this. I will be supportive of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move a motion be put.
Thank you, Councillor May. Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Could I have all those in favour of the motion being put? That is myself, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Chester, Councillor Ventura. Are you for or against this? Oh, okay. Not voting for it. Councillor May, Councillor Gould, Councillor Mercer, Councillor Fishwick. Which way are you voting? Oh, sorry. Could I have those against? Against putting the motion? Against putting the motion is Councillor Pizzi, Councillor Hill, Councillor Count, Councillor Ventulo, Councillor Chester, and yourself, Councillor Fishwick.
Correct.
If that correct, it's split 6-6. Chester, you voted twice. Sorry, Councillor Chester, you voted twice. Are you
My
voting
humble
for or
apologies,
against?
Mr Mayor.
Sorry?
My humble apologies.
Are you voting for or
I
against
was
putting the motion?
voting against,
Against.
putting the motion.
Okay. Director Parry, where does that put us? It's a tie. In that case, I'm going to vote in favour of putting the motion, and I'll go to Councillor Mercer to speak in reply. Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mayor. My alternate motion seeks to ensure that accountability remains an important part of the policy, while recognising that decisions regarding reimbursement should be fair, proportionate and based on the individual circumstances of each case. Following governance advice, I did simplify the alternate motion to focus on these core principles. It retains provisions that allow Council to consider reimbursement where an elected member withdraws from, fails to participate in or fails to complete approved training without reasonable cause, while recognising that failure to achieve a passing assessment result should not of itself automatically require reimbursement. In my view, this provides a balanced approach to strengthening accountability, protect the responsible use of public funds, and continue to encourage elected members to undertake professional development that benefits both the Council and the community. I urge you to vote in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. If we can vote on the item on the screens, please.
Are we going to do it separately, as
Yep,
suggested
we'll vote
earlier?
the item separately. So if we can do number 1. And Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Support number 1.
Thank you, Councillor. We move to number 2. So we'll do 2. We're going to do all of 2 as one. Sorry. Except for 2A, which is about a different matter. So we'll do 2A. Sorry, yes, Councillor.
Just to double check, this is to ensure that the city does not fund conference and training.
That is, yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. No, sorry, Councillor May. This one is to ensure that when councillors might attend travel or might go on travel, that they are not reimbursed for alcohol, is 2A, which is on the screen. Yeah, so we'll vote what's on the screen. Vincillo and Count. And Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
I support that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and it's carried unanimously. We then go to part C, to the remainder of the motion, which is the elements proposed by Councillor Mercer. So I'd encourage, yeah. Are we ready to vote? Yeah. If we could vote on the screen, please. Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Not supporting, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Vinciulo? Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. We then move to item 16.1, if I have that correct. Yep. We then move to motions of which notice has been given, so we move to 16.1. Councillor Pizzey. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, we need to do the en bloc motion before we get to those. So I have on the en bloc, I have 12.2, not 12.1, so 12.2, 12.3, 12.6, 7, yep, 11, which one did roll? So if we can do 12, 17, and 18. 1.1, 13.1.3, 13.1.9. That's arts development. Yep. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Could I get a mover for the en bloc motion? Moved to Councillor Vinciulo, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to speak to it? O'Neill? No? Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? No. Thank you. In that case, we'll go straight to a vote on the en bloc resolution. Yep. Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Support, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Mercer, I need to go back to you on the elected members' continuing professional development policy. That we just need a reason for departing from the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. To provide a fairer and more proportionate accountability framework for professional development.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. We then move to item 16.1. Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and fellow elected members.
Sorry, we just need a mover and seconder.
Oh.
Sorry. Is there a seconder? Councillor Count? Councillor Pizzey, when you're ready.
I move my notice of motion to discontinue the provision of a dedicated city-owned vehicle to the Mayor from the next mayoral term. This does not affect the current sitting Mayor. The Mayor of the City of Joondalup holds one of the most important elected positions in local government. It carries significant responsibility, significant public trust, and an annual allowance of approximately $160,000. This is not a criticism, it is the context that is directly relevant to what I'm about to put to this council. Tonight, every member of this council sat in the chamber and voted to set rates for our constituents. We made decisions that affect household budgets across the city at a time when cost of living pressure is real and is being felt. When we ask ratepayers to accept a budget, we owe them an obligation to account for every dollar we spend on their behalf. This motion is a part of that obligation. The City of Joondalup already has a travel reimbursement framework for elected members. Councillors who attend council business and civic functions in their own vehicles may claim, they don't have to claim, but may claim mileage at the rate set by the Salaries and Allowance Tribunal. It is simple, transparent and accountable. It requires no asset management, no insurance administration, no logbook compliance monitoring and no reimbursement collection process. Now to the figures, because this notice of motion was criticised for not containing them. I took the criticism seriously. I formally requested the actual vehicle data from the city officers and I received it. These are not my figures, they are the city's own. The city's own estimate annual cost of providing the mayoral vehicle is $6,000 per year. That figure is the city's. It includes insurance, fuel, servicing, registration, tyres and depreciation. Mayor Kingston's logbook submitted on the 5th of June records a private use component of 18.6%. After deducting the Mayor's private use reimbursement obligation, the net annual cost of the ratepayer is approximately $4,884 per year. Under the standard mileage entitlement available to an elected member, the mayoral's official travel approximately 2,871 kilometres per year at the current usage, would cost ratepayers $1,944 per year at the applicable salaries and allowances tribunal rate. This is a saving of $2,940 per year or $11,760 over a 4-year mayoral term. This is not a radical proposal. The City of Vincent, a progressive, well-regarded in a city council, provides no mayoral vehicle. The mayor attends civic functions, stakeholder meetings and council business in their own vehicle and claims travel reimbursement under the entitlements policy, exactly what my motion proposes for Joondalup. There are other suggestions in the notice of motion that other avenues could be used, but generally speaking, a mayor would drive his own car that he provides himself and claim the mileage if he wishes. Now to the governance record. The mayor's monthly reimbursement obligation under the city's own usage agreement is $92.88. The vehicle was provided in November 25, 7 months ago. The city's own response to my information request at the time that information was provided to me confirms that no $1 had been collected to date at the time that request. So the approximately $650 is currently outstanding. The city's response notes that the Mayor Kingston had a broken arm and on the basis the logbook deadline was extended from mid-February to mid-April. That was a reasonable accommodation, but the logbook was not submitted in mid-April. It was submitted on the 5th of June, 7 weeks after the extended deadline, and the reimbursement collection obligation sits with the manager of governance. The obligation was not met. This motion is measured and fair. It takes effect from the next mayoral term. It saves ratepayers $11,760 of a mayoral term on the city's own figures, and it replaces a complex compliance-dependent arrangement with one that is simple, transparent and accountable. And I commend the motion to Council.
Thank you. Councillor Countess, the seconder.
I reserve my right on that one, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pizzi, you've left your light on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Seeking clarity around this. This is an item that is looking to make a change at the next election for whoever the next mayor is who sits in that seat. What we're currently factoring is the short-term data for the current mayor in these calculations. I did circulate some numbers based on the data provided by the city based on the full term of the previous mayor, the previous 4 years for a new vehicle that was provided. Now that had usage of just over 100,000 kilometres in that 4-year term. So if I'm going to make a judgment on what's going to be in place for the next person, who we don't know what is, and we don't know their usage. So let's make a decision based on the most amount of information we have. Now, if someone in the mayoral seat does 100,000 kilometres, it is far cheaper to provide them with a vehicle than it is to reimburse them for that level of distance. Those numbers are clear. You're reimbursing 100,000 kilometres less any private usage at 70 cents a kilometre, you are up for some serious money over 4 years, whereas $6,000 a year for a vehicle in terms of operating costs, and we can see that information provided that the resale value over those periods is minimal as well. So the reimbursement aspect for a higher kilometre usage is far more positive for ratepayers if a vehicle is provided. So if we're going to make a judgment on what's value for ratepayers, let's use information that's available, but it needs to be the extended information, and if we're saying it applies to the future, then it can't be limited to the experience of a short period of time for the current mayor. We don't know who's going to be in there. If someone does 100,000 Ks or 150,000 Ks, we could be up for some significant sums of money in the future because of a decision made on not a lot of information. So from my point of view, I oppose what we're trying to do, the motion that's presented. There's no information that can be tabled, valid for, and that's wanting to be used. So, and if it's not planned to be implemented until in another 3 years' time, then I'm not sure why we're looking at it now and not having further information down the path where we might say, okay, let's look at this. But based on what we have now in front of us and the sums and information provided by the administration, it is far in the ratepayers' interest to provide a vehicle on the potential that a high kilometre usage mare would be in place. So that's where I stand on the matter. Thank you.
Any further commentary? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be really quick on this one. We all want to sort of get home soon. I don't see that there's much relevant information, as Deputy Mayor did state there. I think if something was to be done about it, then it'd want to be using current data rather than previous data, and it wants to be up to date. On another level, I can't imagine the mayor of the city of Joondalup rocking up in an Uber or a rideshare or an electric scooter to a meeting. So I won't be supportive of this, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Vincula.
Thank you. Through you, I'm just seeking some clarity from the city in relation to the Deputy Mayor's comments and costings, and just seeing if they concur with the Deputy Mayor's assessment.
I don't think the city's... Sorry? Director Claassen, do you want to take this one, or Director Parry?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take the first part. If Director Parry has got something to add, that would be good. Just perhaps in terms of the information that the city has provided in terms of the cost estimate of $6,000 per year for the current vehicle is not based on the low kilometres. That was based on a higher kilometres based on the average that we would normally see a mare travel. So the information is not 100% correct in terms of the assessment that it would be cheaper to actually not provide the council vehicle. The assessment based on overall kilometres travelled, based on the average that mares would travel, and I do acknowledge that Mayor Kingston has not travelled a lot due to personal circumstances in the first couple of months. But based on the average, the assessment is more aligned with Councillor Rafters. Have not looked at that in detail, but the cost per kilometre would be slightly cheaper. The main reason for that is that the city can buy vehicles under the State Government Common Use Agreement, and providing that, and then our resale value is pretty much the same as what we pay for the vehicle after a couple of years. So my assessment, and perhaps that would be better for the city to enable us to have time to undertake a proper assessment of the differences in how the vehicle is provided, or if reimbursement is the appropriate pathway, but we don't have all the information to provide that information tonight.
Councillor Vincula.
Thank you. Through you. So would the recommendation be a deferral so we can get some more information?
Not
No,
sure.
I'm just seeking...
We'll go to Director Claassen where you sit.
Free of Mr. Mayor, that is an option that councillors can consider. That's not something that we can recommend on.
Thank you. Is there any other commentary on this? Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? I'll probably jump in now and give some sort of commentary around this. I'll first touch on, probably because Councillor Vincula is raising some of the numbers from the Deputy Mayor. I'll just read them out because he's already spoken to the motion. So the previous mayor had a personal usage percentage, private usage percentage was set around 7.29%. He travelled approximately 101,000 kilometres, which had therefore the council business usage sat around 93,000 kilometres. You multiply that by the reimbursement rate of 67 cents. This previous mayor on a reimbursement model would have been reimbursed nearly $63,000 over the 4 years, which was actually more than the vehicle itself. As far as the cost of putting that aside. As far as my particular logbook, as I explained earlier in the meeting to a public question, as I said, when the vehicle was allocated to me in January, quite soon afterwards on Australia Day, as everyone will know, that I did actually break my arm and was unable to drive for a number of weeks. And since then, the amount of kilometres and mileage which I've travelled has also decreased because it's not recommended while recovering from having an injury to be driving any sort of long distance. So between myself and Melanie, who's the EA to the council, as you all know, we scheduled all my meetings here in the council chambers, not in the community. And a number of actual events which we were scheduled to go to also got cancelled as well. There was a plan for me to actually go out and meet a lot of the community groups and sporting groups, and that got delayed, which we're only recently starting to take up because we were going to do it in January, which I had organised, and a lot of that got cancelled because of the injury and not travelling significant distances. As far as some of the questions around the governance aspects of this and the percentages of reimbursement and things like that, the personal and business use split on the vehicle sits around 83% business use, according to at least the reimbursement provisions of the policy. I actually question about, I have raised this with the governance team, about whether some of the splits of how that's calculated is correct. I do sort of, on my own numbers, is that roughly is that around 6,000 to 8,000 kilometres, if a mayor does over somewhere between 6,000 to 8,000 kilometres, which is actually not very much for business usage, the vehicle is break even, or it ends up actually being a situation where the mayor, if he was being reimbursed, receives a windfall benefit, which isn't actually that much. And so when people look at the odometer in the end of April, the context of this is actually not being able to drive for a period of time and then driving small amounts for a period of time as well. And again, I find the commentary around this motion interesting to focus on if the vehicle, as the motion says, is to be discontinued at the beginning of the next mayoral term, then it would be a different mayor with a different usage of a particular vehicle, so which might not even be me. But then if that is the intent, why focus on my kilometres with a broken arm and not driving extended distances? Why not also look at the previous mayor's amount of travel which he was doing? Which again, it seems interesting, the individual focus again on me on this particular motion when we have actually a selection of data from the previous mayor. And as I said, as time goes on, there will be odometer readings and probably the new year, a new logbook as well, if I choose to take up, if it turns out the previous logbook wasn't in accordance with the standards. So, yeah, I don't actually see that this is a circumstance where the ratepayers are going to be better off by reimbursing. I can see quite an easy direction here where it's going to end up that the reimbursements are greater than actually providing a vehicle, because the city, it is actually exempt from paying registrations. The city has a corporate insurance fee, and as Director Claassen has said, the city is actually buying these vehicles under the market rate because of the common use agreements they have with the states. The actual operating cost remains low. As I said, I'll stop there, as I've actually offered during the last couple of weeks to meet up with anyone and discuss the logbook and the particular kilometres, and I also note that that was not taken up by any elected members in relation to this. So it's interesting about commentary around particular things without, as I said, taking out those opportunities when they're there. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Pizzi, do you wish to close?
I do, thank you. Car running costs guide, RAC, car running cost for a hybrid RAV4 is $359.76 a week.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Introducing new information.
Yep, that's sustained. Councillor Pizzi, you can't introduce new information and reply.
Fair enough. May I continue?
Yes.
What I would expect is a mayor to be able to buy his own car and claim the mileage as per the existing policy. Members have spent considerable time tonight debating kilometres and running costs. I understand why those are the numbers that are put before us, but I want to bring council back to two questions. Firstly, transparency. Under the current arrangement, can any ratepayer in the city easily find out what the Mayor's official travel cost? The answer is no. Under the mileage model, every official trip is a line on a claim form: date, destination, purpose, kilometres cost, transparent, auditable, publicly reportable. Second is capital. The running cost is not recovered through the logwork reimbursement. We have spent a capital of $50,000 of ratepayers tied up in a depreciating asset to provide an entitlement to one elected member. Under the mileage model, that expenditure does not occur. It is $0. Whatever happens with kilometres and projections and usage rates, $49,000, almost 50, of capital either gets spent or it does not. Tonight, this council has the opportunity to ensure it does not get spent again. We are talking tonight on elected members finding real savings for ratepayers and that this is an unnecessary entitlement. The mayors are adequately provided for with significant salaries. The average ratepayer would expect that the mayor be able to buy his own car and claim for mileage as required if he wishes. This is the motion before us and I commend it to council.
Thank you. If we can vote on the motion on the screen. Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
I support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is lost. We then move on to motion number 3. Oh, sorry, motion number 2. Councillor Pizzi, that's also yours.
Just a question
Yes.
on this motion. We've already voted against my motion, essentially. So how does that work in the meeting tonight if people suddenly vote for it?
I'll go to Director Parry to explain that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I guess my only explanation at this point in time is that we can't have conflicting resolutions. There would be a requirement more than likely to have to revoke the previous decision of the council, of which there is a procedure to be able to do that. So I'm not too sure how workable moving forward on this notice of motion is.
Councillor Pizzi, how do you wish to proceed?
I mean, well, that's a question of governance and the presiding member.
I guess we can put the options out there. You can choose either to let the motion lapse and not move it. If the motion is chosen to be moved, Director Parry, what would need to be revoked from the previous decision?
Firstly, with regard to expectations, I'm looking at part 2 of Councillor Pizzi's, where an evaluation component exists, it's pretty much mandatory to complete all required assessments and achieve a passing standard, whereas in the previous resolution, it is more about encouragement and I guess what the council's expectations are is to genuinely attempt to satisfy assessment requirements, but it is not 100% mandatory to have to complete the training and the assessment. So there's one element to it. So that's probably the key one. Part 3 of the notice of motion is quite similar in regard to having some provisions in relation to assessments and reasons and any reimbursement for the cost of the training. So there are some previous provisions in that previous resolution that relate to reimbursement and the process for that, and that probably covers off on 4 as well. So it's probably part 2 that is probably the more significant of the differences, but I haven't had had the opportunity to go through each of the resolutions and check them off against each other to check what might be the more significant amendments. But to me, on the face of it, it's probably part 2 of the notice of motion.
I think part 3 will have the same issue as well, because it says will result in being responsible for reimbursing, so it's similar. And then part 4 will have similar issues as well. I think what I'll do is, Councillor Pizzi, do you intend to move the motion?
My intent was always to move the motion. I brought this up with the city before this meeting as a possibility, so I leave it with the city and yourself.
Yep. Does anyone actually wish to second the motion? Because if it's not seconded, it lapses. Does anyone actually intend to second the motion? You do intend to second the motion, Councillor Vinciulo, with all the issues of the contradiction?
The point is that she originally set out with an intent to remove this notice of motion. So obviously there's a process here. We're looking for the city and yourself to provide guidance on how to get to the middle ground. So I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm just trying to find the right solution.
I guess the problem is I don't think that there is actually a middle ground here, because the council's decided on a different framework to this one. So this one is reimbursement without any sort of special consideration can be given. The other one is reimbursement only in the cases that the person doesn't reach particular thresholds. So they're quite...
Yeah, I think this is where I'm challenged with the idea of trying to move it to one of the committees, but we can't because it's a notice. So I don't know how else you want to proceed with this. You can?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll provide some advice, and perhaps the Director of Governance and Strategy can assist as well. I think in the current situation where a decision is made by Council, and as Director Parry has indicated, we need to assess exactly what needs to be revoked. My counsel to Council elected members would be that, if possible, I would suggest that you defer this to a future council meeting. You work with the officers to actually then consider what needs to be revoked and how best to bring that forward and how to amend that policy. That would be our recommendation to you. Obviously, it's open to you to accept that or not, but our recommendation would be that it not be moved and seconded, but you actually, or defer to a future council meeting and work with the officers to develop the wording for council then to consider. Director Parry? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I think, in fact, Mr. Mayor, if you're happy for me to provide some further advice. Thank you, and through you, I think what the governance team has indicated, Councillor Pizzi, it would most probably be better for the motion to lapse either lack of mover or seconder. If it's just deferred, the same motion will be considered at the next council meeting and we'll have the same problem. What I may suggest is that if you are willing to consider to let the motion lapse so that you can actually develop a new notice of motion with the appropriate wording for council's consideration. Tim?
Would the other option be a revocation motion?
The problem is you can't propose an alternate motion to the motion which is before you at the moment. So it's not possible to actually put up an alternate motion to motions of which notice has been given under the meeting procedures. You can only put alternates to officers' reports or committee reports. So you wouldn't be able to put up an alternate revocation.
Sorry, Chris?
Councillor Ventullo?
Thank you. Through you, just out of curiosity, can it be deferred to policy?
You'd have to move and second the item before doing that.
Move this item and second
Yeah,
it?
the problem is if the item passed the council, then we'd have two motions in contradiction.
I'm just trying to find a solution.
I mean, we review policies all the time in the policy committee and then change decisions on them, so I don't see it as a complete issue.
I guess we're looking how we can do this procedurally, or if there's a... The easiest solution would be if the motion lapses here and it's brought forward in a different way under the committee. But it's up to the people if they want to then. If people still intend to move the motion, then we can go from there.
I intend to move the motion.
Okay. Yep. Do I have a seconder then for the motion?
So if I second it, can we defer it or not?
We'd have to enter into debate on the motion, and then a deferral motion would have to be considered at that time. So you'd have to second the motion.
Yeah.
And then during debate, somebody else would have to then move a deferral.
Can I move the deferral seconder?
I'm happy to move a deferral.
I think Councillor Count's happy to move the deferral. I think it's probably best as well, given the circumstances, there's also a discussion with the council on this motion about whether that's the direction the other councillors wish to go forward with. So I think we'll have Councillor Pizzey as the mover, we'll have you, Councillor Ventullo, as the seconder. Councillor Count, you can then raise a deferral motion, but there might be commentary on other elected members on how they wish this to be dealt with before that. And I think let's just deal with it with a motion in debate. But I would just caution against council members supporting the actual substantive motion itself, because then that causes governance issues. Ventullo. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Pizzey, do you want to start your comments as the mover? Yep.
Yes. This motion was always about transparency. As an elected member, I don't expect the ratepayer to be paying for any course or education that I do not complete or pass or attempt to do the examination or testing. Reasonable ratepayers, I believe, would have an expectation that elected members take financial responsibility for any trading that, like I just said, have not been completed or not attempted for reasons that are within their control. If you are doing a course that costs the ratepayer significant money, then I think the expectation is that you sit the exams, you sit the assessments, and if you don't pass them, that you pay for that course yourself. That is my expectation of myself, and that's my expectation of council, and that is why I move this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. Councillor Ventullo, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, thank you, through you. Look, I've seen benefits in both motions, hence why I've been trying to find a solution. And the reality is that I'm a big believer in education. I'm in the field. And my belief is that, if you are going to engage in any form of education, and especially if you're going to do it using ratepayers' money, I would like to think there's certain strong expectations to get a certification. So I can appreciate both sides. Obviously, we've had one motion go through, and then there's obviously Councillor Pizzi's original motion. My objective would be to see this go back to policy, which is where I hope Councillor Count will deliver.
Yep. Do any other elected members wish to speak to the item? I'm going to speak briefly on this one before we continue. I'm not entirely sure that this direction is wholly necessary, is that the council's already made a decision, and a decision between the two directions which are possible here. Either Councillor Pizzi's motion or Councillor Mercer's motion. Councillor Mercer's motion has actually already passed. I don't think it's necessary to essentially reopen debate on a very similar topic. The difference between these two is that Councillor Mercer's motion had clauses which recognised other grounds which relate to why people, as I said earlier, in relation to Councillor Mercer's motion, it recognised there's other grounds why assessment components may be chosen not to be taken or are not completed at different times. And that is the position which the council has already agreed to. I think now we're opening a discussion about whether or not we should try and revoke or change a decision which the council's already made so shortly after. And at the same time, I don't think this is wholly profitable, because is the council really going to, even if this goes to a committee, I mean, to be blunt, are people really actually not going to have any special consideration provisions, which is, as Councillor Vinciolo talks about, education and education backgrounds and things like that? It's normal in most education facilities to have, and education providers to have, special consideration provisions. Are we really looking to introduce training provisions without any of that? Because that's what Councillor Pizzi's one here does. It's a strict requirement. And so the council has already passed a motion saying, let's have provisions that acknowledge the other elements that might come into training. And here we have a motion which is being moved and seconded, which doesn't do any of that. So I think this discussion's already been settled. I think that this council would be ill-advised and sent to committee to then relitigate and re-argue out the points which we've already had. We talk about saving time at meetings. I really don't think this is I don't think this is the most useful use of our time. I don't think we should defer this to a committee. I think we should just settle on that's the decision the council's already made as a majority, rather than trying to reopen this in different ways at this point. As I said, I would encourage people not to support a deferral motion and actually also vote the substantive motion down. I think this is not, I don't think this is a worthwhile direction. Councillor, any other councillors? Councillor May?
Thank you. I didn't realise speaking on some of these motions, but I have to say how frustrating and disappointed I am about the length of time in this meeting spent talking about ourselves rather than the community. It's pretty embarrassing. There's councillors I know from other local governments watching this right now. I'm getting text messages from people in other local governments about tonight, and I'm not targeting anyone, but we're supposed to be here to make a difference in our community. I don't think spending the whole meeting talking about ourselves is a good look. And again, I've never been in a meeting like this where there's a lot of energy around ourselves, but unfortunately not the same energy for things that matter in the community. In terms of this motion, I think there's some merit in this motion and there's some merit in Councillor Mercer's motion. Unfortunately, what has been missed in both motions is a real significant saving, and that is dealing with the overseas interstate travel, which I think we need to address at some point as well. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else wish to speak before we go to the deferral? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly through you, Mr Mayor. This won't be the last time this evening. I'll talk about collaboration and cooperation and the likes, and compromise. I'm somewhat dismayed that given that we have elected members with two similar ideas, present them in completely different ways at different times in different items on the agenda. I just urge all elected members to learn some lessons from this and recognise that, again, when there are alternative views on a certain issue, it's always worth having a chat. I know that's not easy for some of us, but it should be. Have a chat about the issues, see if we can find some common middle ground to present something that can be roundly supported by council, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very, very quick. We just voted on something like this. This is a totally opposite view. I won't be voting for a deferral, and I won't be voting for the substantive motion, and then it can come back if it needs to later on. I think this is ridiculous.
All right. Councillor Count.
Thank you. I would still like to propose a deferral. I know we voted on a previous one, and this does seem contradictory, but I think this is a perfect example to discuss this further at policy, and hopefully we can come out with a good compromise and move forward with that. Thank you.
I'm going to check some governance requirements on that. Director Parry. Sorry. Are you intending to defer this or? Yeah, it should be able to.
A purpose for speaking was always to defer to the committee.
Yeah, we're going to take what you said as referring it to the policy committee, as
Correct.
that's the motion you intended.
Correct.
Yeah, can I have a seconder for that? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Vincula. I'm going to count that you've already spoken to the procedural motion with the comments. All right, can we vote on the procedural motion? A second is Councillor Vincula. Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Support the procedural.
Thank you. Thank you, and the procedural vote is carried. We then move to the next item on tonight's agenda. Do you have a copy of that? Thank you, and Councillor O'Neill, this is your motion. So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the motion.
could I get a seconder? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I know Councillor Gould has an amendment. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, just allow me to clarify that the listed corporate sponsor groups appearing on the paperwork that you received for the notice of motion are already on the previously approved corporate sponsorship list. So that's sort of, before anyone asks about that is what that's for. The city is currently facing financial pressures that warrant the temporary suspension of discretionary expenditure programs, including the corporate sponsorship program. However, it is recognised that a small number of applications have demonstrated an exceptional level of community benefit reflected by their total weighted assessment scores exceeding 85%. The activities and events identified in this motion provide substantial social, recreational, cultural, charitable and economic benefits that extend well beyond the direct recipients of the funding. These initiatives foster community participation and contribute to the city's identity as a vibrant and connected community. The approach that we need to take now is one of balance. There's balance needed for prudent financial management with the recognition that certain events and activities deliver significant community benefits, and it would be difficult to replicate or replace if the support was withdrawn entirely. So this is limiting the funding to only the highest performing applications. Council can reduce overall expenditure while continuing to support local initiatives that are demonstrating enhanced community wellbeing, social cohesion and local participation. The annual review that's stated in the notice of motion on the suspension will allow Council to reassess the City's financial position and determine whether broader corporate sponsorship program can be reinstated in future years. So that's all I'll say to this, and I encourage you all to support it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. And Deputy Mayor is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand the intent of the motion is to basically freeze this program, noting that there's a number of sponsorships that have already been approved by Council, which are those listed, which are commitments that fall into the next financial year. The challenge is, are we willing to go down there? I note within the officer's comment there's a limited amount of funds that are remaining available within the 26-27 period. Do we turn it off? Do we only invite invitations again in the 26-27? So I'm seeking clarity on that part of extending an invitation for sponsorship funding in 26-27, given we already have those commitments for these sponsors for those particular projects. So would there be any funding to commit again in the next period?
Sorry. Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The way that the current funding arrangement works is that for each year, we would then roll those funding commitments over. So obviously we've got some commitments from last year's program that will come out of the coming budget. If we were to open up the rounds again, then that would impact the subsequent financial year. Does that make sense?
So if we open up in August, that could in fact carry through to commitments into the 27-28 period?
That is correct.
So,
which are in that schedule. Yes, so
okay, so it helps to sort of understand where we sit and how these funds flow, but I understand the intent of the motion is to sort of basically freeze this program and have a look at it and how we're going to go. So I suppose it'll be interesting to understand the debate on this topic and the options available. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Gould, who's flagged an amendment.
thank you. Yes, I'd like to move or add an amendment to this. It was circulated later this afternoon. It would create a point 3 perhaps, which requests the CEO to undertake under the direction of the Policy Committee, a targeted review of the corporate sponsorship program policy and corporate sponsorship program guidelines, including but not limited to delegated authority, assessment criteria, weightings and scoring, and report back to the Council with any recommended amendments prior to any future reinstatement of the program. So this amendment does not change the intent of Councillor O'Neill's motion, rather it strengthens it. If Council is of the view that the program should be suspended during this period of financial constraint, I believe we should make productive use of that time rather than simply placing the program on hold.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. We have to have a mover and a seconder.
Oh, sorry.
I'm getting ahead of myself
I'm willing to second. Yeah.
Thanks,
thank
Rowan.
you. Councillor Gould.
Apologies.
You can continue.
Oh, okay, because we don't need another mover seconder, is that what you're saying?
No, I'll second your amendment. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Where was I? Recent council discussions have demonstrated that there are differing views about how sponsorship applications are assessed and prioritised. This review provides an opportunity to refine the process, improve consistency and ensure future funding decisions continue to reflect Council's priorities and deliver the greatest possible community benefit. Importantly, administration has reviewed this amendment and advised that with this targeted approach, the recommendation could be supported. I believe this amendment complements Councillor O'Neill's motion by ensuring the period of suspension is not simply a pause, but an opportunity to improve the program before any future reinstatement. So for those reasons, I ask my fellow councillors to support this amendment as it is. I'll be supporting it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to speak as the seconder to the amendment, I think it's good to try and, if this gives councillors a certain amount of option around this motion, if people wish to go ahead with points 1 and 2, or whether they wish to just go ahead with point 3. I've been asked to split the different points when we vote, if the amendment gets up. So I'll just finish there. Any comments on the amendment? Yep. Okay, I'll just go to the CEO, who I think needs to make a comment. Mr. CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some concerns with that wording. The policy committee cannot direct the CEO. It's not a decision-making body. So if we can just give some consideration to that wording, please.
Can we get the wording on the screen, if that's okay, for the amendment? We're just about to get the wording on the screen.
Mr. Mayor, through you, could I suggest, under the direction of be considered something along the lines of with the support of the policy committee?
Yep. Councillor Gould, are you happy with that?
Yes, good idea. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we'll change it. Yep. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, really quickly, this was something that we did talk about earlier. Happy to support the amendment. I think it actually adds something to this and gives some security for all elected members that we'll get a good look at this as time goes on. And thank you to Mr. CEO for pointing that point out to us.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I note this amendment before us, and just generally I'm uncomfortable with this whole process. Ultimately, we have councillors endorsed a policy and guidelines for these sponsorships, and the city has reviewed applications and is implementing those guidelines and policies impartially. That's a key word here. The worst thing we could possibly do would be to try and change the policy in such a short time after we implemented it, and even worse would be to highlight specific groups that may or may not be entitled to things. It just opens us up to potential accusations of favouritism, I frankly don't want a bar of it. I think if there's an intent to review or change the policy, the appropriate process is to do that through the policy committee after the period, a certain period of time when the policy has been running, so we can all see how it's actually going. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak to the item? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question regarding the proposed wording in the last line. Prior to any future reinstatement of the program, is that on this, if this is voted separately and 1 and 2 don't get up, then the program is remaining in place, so it's not subject to reinstatement. So should that be worded? Does it need to say prior to any future reinstatement of the program, or say cut it off with any recommended amendments?
Yeah. I think what we'll do is we'll go to the mover again, and myself as the seconder. We'll see if there can be a concurrence to remove that, because I don't see that as a material change to the amendment. You're fine with that?
Could you just repeat what you said again? Or what is it that we're changing here now?
Oh, just removing the words prior to any future reinstatement of the program.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll just cut that out. Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, do you have any further comments you're making, or is that it?
No, I've already spoken on it as a seconder, so I was just raising it as a question. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you. When I first saw this, had concerns around the motion picking and choosing which groups can and can't get a grant in the future, regardless of what groups may or may not apply and how they would qualify under the policy. I don't think it's appropriate to list a number of groups that any one elected member thinks is worthy and then excluding everyone else before they've even applied.
Point of order. Are we talking about the amendment only?
I guess I'll have to give you on direct relevance, Councillor May. We're dealing with the amendment, which is to add a review clause to have it more or less reviewed by the policy committee.
Okay, I won't speak on the amendment.
Yep, thank you. Any final commentary, any final speakers wishing to speak to the motion? No? Councillor Gould Councillor Pizzi?
Can I just ask a question that if this is voted in the affirmative, that we vote separately when it comes to the full motion?
Yes, I've already flagged. That's what I'll do. Councillor Gould is the mover. Would you like to close?
I don't think it's too much more to say. Yeah, I'm happy for it to be voted on separately, although as part of the package, I thought it strengthened everything together. We are looking to review it and make tighter agreements around things. Yeah, I think it's I'll leave it at that. I think it's self-explanatory. Yeah, thank you.
Right, if we can vote on the amendment, please. Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Not supporting.
Sorry?
Not supporting.
Not supporting, thank you. And Councillor May? Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. We then move to the substantive motion. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak to the motion further? Councillor Pizzi?
I'd like to ask a question on the wording, if I could see the whole motion, please. In the wording, it says, CEO to suspend the city's corporate sponsorship program from the 1st of July until such time as the city's financial position supports the resumption of funding for the program. So my question is, this program is being budgeted for and the budget's been voted on tonight. So I'm assuming that the council considered the city's corporate sponsorship program able to be funded by the city. So under that wording, until such time the city's financial position supports the resumption, what would trigger that position?
Go to Director Parry, but I think I've got an answer. This Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in one of the attachments, it does show the financial commitments and the current proposed budget for 26-27, which is 202,000. In discussion with Councillor O'Neill on this notice of motion, we would propose as part of the budget workshops on an annual basis to ascertain whether the elected members wish to reinstate the sponsorship program and to what extent of funding.
Councillor Pizzey.
So such time the city's financial position supports the resumption is not a tangible number or benchmark to set for the city's financial position. It's going to be a elected member's decision at each budget session or on review of the policy committee.
I think the director set out the budget sessions, not at the policy committee.
Okay.
Councillor Count.
Thank you. I can't support this motion, unfortunately. Council's role is to build a policy framework that corporate sponsorship can follow, but by cherry-picking a certain few, it's essentially negating that policy and the staff that we have hired to follow that policy. I can understand a review of the policy, but it is a new one and it gets reviewed every year, but I cannot support cherry-picking individual companies. It's not the role of council. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further speakers for the motion? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I just absolutely urge council to seriously think about what's happening here. As I say, we have policies in place, guidelines in place. The city is impartially implementing those in accordance with those policies that are endorsed by council. Yet here we are tonight with names of certain organisations put up front here by council. I just think we need to steer well clear of any accusations of favouritism. We shouldn't be going anywhere near that. If the policy needs to be changed or the budget needs to be changed, we can do that. There are mechanisms for doing that. This doesn't need to be done, and I encourage councils not to go this way. Thank you.
Any speakers to the motion? I'm just going to say something briefly in fairness to Councillor O'Neill that's put this forward. It says a total weighted score of 50 above 85%. These 5 groups that are being proposed are the administration's impartial assessment of that. I think all Councillor O'Neill has done here is just set a threshold and said those over that are ones which he'd like to suggest continuing for the next year. I'm not sure it's necessarily a question of favouritism out here. It's just picked them out of the hat. I'm not actually sure whether I'll be supporting 1 or 2. But I just think in fairness, that's something that needs to be said. I don't think this is an attempt or should be construed as an attempt at favouritism. What it looks like here is looking at the attachment as well that came with this, is that all the applications which came in the last financial year were all ranked. And I think what Councillor O'Neill is suggesting here is that given the city's budgetary and financial positions, we should only just pick the top scoring ones for the last financial year to proceed with for the next financial year. So I don't think it's necessarily a favouritism thing. I think he's just implementing a threshold cut-off. Councillor O'Neill is the seconder. Sorry, as the mover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just close really quickly and just reiterate, yes, there's the order of the sponsors, the requested sponsors there, it's done by a weighted program, so it's all analysed by the city, and those are the ones that are there. There's no favouritism involved in that. I just pick a number on that, which was 85% there, because I believe that was a good balance there. So yeah, this is not anything that I've done personally, and these are not ranked by myself personally. So yeah, look, it's just coming down to obviously looking at the position that the city's currently in. We are facing financial pressures. They are mounting. I'm looking for ways that we can save the ratepayers more than just dollars and cents. And I will continue to do so, and I will continue to look for options to save dollars for the ratepayers, for the people that live in our city.
Thank you. We will vote on items 1 and 2 together, and then point 3 separately as requested. If we could vote on items 1 and 2. Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Not supporting.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
I declare the voting closed. Items 1 and 2 are not carried. We then move to point 3. Could we vote on point 3? And Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote, please?
Not supporting, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Chester? The voting is closed and the item's carried. We then move to item 16.4. Okay, I'm willing to move the motion as written. Could I get a seconder for this? Yeah, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. The motion that's actually before you is quite straightforward. It's just refining the council's position in relation to the Mindarie Regional Council and the Tamala Park landfill. Currently, the council has a position that we should investigate options to expedite the closure of the Tamala Park landfill in a timely and orderly manner. This is about us then supporting a position which is a stronger position to then say it should be closed as soon as practicable with priority given to remediation and post-closure management. The reason for this change, as everyone around here is well aware, is that there has been significant issues raised by residents who live in the northern half of our city who are being affected by the odour from the landfill this time. It seems to be related to the increased level of leachate, which is within the actual landfill itself. And so this motion is saying that we should try and close the landfill as soon as possible to get a better outcome for those residents. There are other locations where the city can take its waste to, and which is more or less at the same cost level, which Director Clarkson has spoken about early tonight in response to some public questions. So at the moment as well, this motion also adds a point 3 because the MRC has an outstanding works application in relation to a piggyback liner on top of the southern landfill area. And the works approval has not been given from the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation at this time. In the event that this piggyback liner is not approved, it would substantially reduce the amount of airspace and volume within the tip, and the tip could close within, quite possibly within the next financial year, which is a much better outcome for our residents. And I think it's also a good outcome which will help speed up the winding up of the Mindarie Regional Council, which I don't think is necessarily a useful oversight body for managing the tip and the other assets which are managed by the Regional Council. So this motion really takes us towards having a clear position that we want to wind up the tip as soon as practicable, and at the same time, we're not supporting things which could support the extension of the landfill itself or anything which would facilitate its life. In addition to that, points 4, 5, and 6 really go towards us advocating more to the state government. At the moment, there has been informal advocacy, but we don't actually have a formal position. So our position is actually, our advocacy, which we're doing at the moment, is weakened by that. By having a formal position, we can go to the department, we can go to the minister, and we can put that forward, that is what our position is. And of course, the last 2 points, 6 and 7, are just really us just being assertive with our partner councils, part of the Mindarie Regional Council, to put forward our position that the tip should close as soon as practicable and that we don't support other proposals which would extend its life. So we'll go to the seconder, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this. I think there's widespread support, and we've had discussions on this where we see and what we would like to see with the Mindarie Regional Council. From my point of view, I'd like to see it closed down, and we can look at the longer term disposal of waste going forward. At the moment, I feel we're trapped in there, and the MRC lifts its rates pretty much every year, and we note within our budget documents today that the MRC imposed 22% increase in their administration costs, which basically, so our costs from them in sorting the admin costs just went up 22%. So I certainly would like to think that our representatives on the MRC are doing their best to support us as part of this motion to fight against these budget increases and make sure they're justified. Also note within the most recent budget there's a factoring in support for the funding of the liner, which would extend the life of the MRC, which seems to not be what we want as a city. So we're trying to shorten the time frame of it, and yet the budget that the MRC progressed seems to be seeking a liner which would extend its life. So it's my understanding, and I just can't understand why they actually put that one through as an organisation. Considering that also that budget had only 2 cities remaining to within that budget revenue of actually sending a landfill to the Tamara Park. So it seems to be that budget concerns me greatly, and we want to be fighting tooth and nail against the MRC seeking to extend its life and open up the city's options to seek other opportunities and reduced costs of disposing of its waste, particularly when we have a minimal voting capability on the MRC and we can potentially be held to ransom. So from my point of view, I support this. I think we need to be advocating as strongly as possible. We need to be voting as strongly as possible within that organisation to progress down this path. So I highly support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move in a slight amendment to point 7, if I may.
Yep, just what is it before so I can get a second.
So on point 7, instead of the words to advocate, I would like to use the words to continue to advocate. This would be consistent with reality and would remove any false impression that we, being myself and Councillor Fishwick, are not already undertaking the requested advocacy. I appreciate if that amendment can be made.
Seconder. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Vinciulo? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fishwick's got his hand up for the seconder. Yep.
Yes, thanks.
I'd like to second the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
So if I can speak on that now?
Sure.
Necessary? Okay. Firstly, I'd like to say that tonight I'm speaking in my capacity as a City of Joondalup councillor. I take my responsibilities as both a City of Joondalup councillor and an MRC councillor very seriously. Since 2024, as a North Ward councillor, I have clearly and consistently advocated for completion of landfill operations and closure of the Tamara Park landfill site as soon as practicable.
Point of order. Are we speaking only to the amendment?
I'm justifying the amendment.
I think he's justifying the amendment. I would say if we can if you could just sort of come to the justification for the words continue so Councillor O'Neill understands, but I see where you're going with this.
Yes, I mean, people are going to be voting on this amendment, so I want them to be clear on the advocacy that myself and Councillor Fishwick have been delivering. So if I may continue?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Since 2024, as North Ward councillor, I have clearly and consistently advocated for completion of landfill operations and closure of the Tamara Park landfill site as soon as practicable, and also for odour issues to be mitigated as far as practicable. I've now been an MRC councillor for about 6 months. One of the challenges of MRC is that there are 12 councillors and only 4 of them are from local governments that have residents that are affected by the odour issues. However, I have consistently strived to influence MRC to focus on the closure and post-closure management as well as the odour issues. This led to myself and Councillor Fishwick moving 2 notices of motion at the June MRC Council meeting. These motions were designed to focus MRC on these important issues. I was extremely pleased that both motions achieved unanimous support from all MRC councillors. I'll leave it there. That's my justification for that minor change. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Fishwick.
I'll just reiterate what Councillor Hill has spoken about, that we are, as a team, we're trying to advocate for the early closure of the Tamala Park landfill site, and we wear our flak jackets in there, and we're trying to battle our case as much as we can. So so with regards to the amendment to clause 7, to continue to advocate, we'll certainly do that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Any further comments on the amendment? Just for me, I have no issue with this. I just see it, you know, I don't really see a change between the two, but if people feel that continue sort of helps, you know, suggest that this is something they're more comfortable with, I have no objection to it at all. Councillor Hill?
If I close on this amendment, just in relation to that, this is very important to myself and Councillor Fishwick, as you can imagine. People see these agenda items, the wordings that are used and the minutes that come out. If they read it as it read, it would imply that the MRC councillors from City of Joondalup are not already advocating for this, and we rely on council telling us to advocate it for. I'm just removing any uncertainty. Rest assured, we are very much advocating for these, and so it is important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can vote on the item. Councillor Fishwick, can you declare your vote?
Support the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. The amendment is carried unanimously. We then move to the substantive motion. Does anybody else wish to speak to the item? Councillor Hill?
Yes, if I can speak to the substantive motion, that would be appreciated. First of all, I just have a couple of questions, and I know the restriction for one, but this has just come to council tonight, so I would appreciate 2 questions rather than lumping them together. Please can I first of all ask the relevant city officer to advise what this notice of motion implies, if anything, regarding methods of leachate management that would be supported by the city. Thank you.
Director?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The notice of motion is to assist the city to advocate for the earlier closure of the landfill. It does not impact on the best environmental practice in terms of leachate management, etc. So, to be clear, this here is seeking not to invest. This the office's understanding, not for the MRC to invest in any infrastructure that will prolong the landfill, but it does not stop any investment into environmentally the appropriate environmental solutions to manage the landfill appropriately.
Thank you for that clarification. And my second question would be whether the city officers can confirm any potential leachate management options that may be under consideration that ultimately could be supported by the city officers. Thank you.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously the city officers aren't responsible for the landfill management, but one of the options that's being considered is evaporation of leachate. That is potentially a viable option that we would need to look at that. So those are the type of things that from an environmental point of view might be supported. However, because it's not extending the life of the landfill, that still falls within the position that council, if supported, is adopting.
Thank you. And I may just continue to speak on this. I did promise that I would mention collaboration and compromise again, and I think the notices of motion at the recent MRC Council meeting are a great example of how sides that are generally on opposing sides most of the time came together and rallied behind a motion, or 2 motions in this case, that potentially could have been voted down, but they were unanimously supported. I think that's a great example of collaboration. And I will just respond to the Deputy Mayor's comments on the budget for MRC, because since it's been mentioned, I think it's very relevant. Bear in mind that MRC administration required MRC to determine some constraints upon which the budget should be based. So it had to be based on something. It doesn't mean that that something is something that will materialise or is already committed to. It's just scenarios that effectively the majority of MRC Council determined to base it on. So it was based on the assumption that piggyback liner would be approved. It was also based on the assumption that 5-member councils would go to waste to energy from 1st of January 2027. I just wish to check with Director Claassen just to make sure that I haven't misspoken. I believe that's correct. Thank you.
Director?
From memory, that is correct. That's what underpins the decision-making.
Yep. Councillor?
Yeah, so just to reiterate, these assumptions are not decisions that have been made, and we wait to see which direction we'll head. I think the City of Wanneroo is at a council meeting tonight to discuss the waste to energy, so watch this space. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Any final commentary on this from elected members? I don't wish to say much in closing, just I think it's an important motion for the council. I think it's important we support our residents. It's just a large number of residents which are being affected by these issues. If we can get a speedy closure of the tip and winding up the MRC, it is a good outcome for us. And of course, as the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hill has spoken about as well, we can avoid some of the financial impacts around the administration costs which are passed on to us for running that entity. So it'd be a good outcome for us. Okay, if we can vote on the item, please. Councillor Fishwick?
Support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and it's carried unanimously. We then move to, just get all my notes out. Just a couple of ones to go back. So are there any reports from the CEO, which there are none? There's no urgent business. Okay, we then move to closing the meeting to members of the public, just for the consideration of the final two items. So do I have a mover for the motion? So moved Councillor Ventulo, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Thank you. And could I have a show of hands of those in favour of closing the meeting to the public? Thank you. And Councillor Fishwick, are you in favour?
Support that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you everyone in the gallery. Thank you for attending. I hope it's been an interesting night. It's been quite a session until now. So thank you for attending. Kylie, is there anyone? No? Are we ready to go? Yep, okay. There's no one in the public gallery, so I do not need to, under clauses 5.2 of the meeting procedures, read out the decisions which the council has made. They'll be available in the public minutes. I have a motion then to resume the order of business under clause 4.3. I'm willing to move, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Could I have all those in favour of resuming the order of business? Thank you. We then move to item 17, announcements of motions for the next meeting. Does anyone have any? Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, I have a notice of motion for the next meeting in regards to the planting of marri trees. I will get the wording with the city.
All right. Thank you. Does anyone else have any motions for the meeting? Councillor Mercer.
Yes, thank you. I have a notice of motion in regards to a report for Admiral Park.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. Any further? No. In that case, that concludes tonight's council meeting, and I hereby close the meeting at 11:34 p.m. Good evening, and thank you, everyone, for attending.